Oh, we're getting word here. One more award. I'm sorry about that. This award it's actually like kind of a medical award. It's most likely to have a heart attack or a myocardial infarction after smoking too much weed. Now this award, you have to have certain criteria. You have to be morbidly obese, you have to be sedentary, you have to be just sitting there constantly, daily, day in, day out. It's a special award. And basically you have to smoke so much weed that you will likely die from a myocardial infarction or a heart attack. And that's Brian McClay from Beyond Wednesdays. Congratulations, Brian. You don't have much longer in this mortal coil. I congratulate you on your sedentary lifestyle.
You wish for peace. I wish for war. You wish for greed. I wish for hunger. You wish for freedom. I wish for chains. But when the clock strikes 12, you rise from the dirt to serve. You will fight. You will suffer. You will die. And still, you will return. You want freedom? Earn it. You want peace? Prove it. You want an end? Perhaps, maybe someday, you will earn your rest. Perhaps. Until then, there is work to be done. Again, and again. Welcome to the graveyard shift.
The following program deals with a controversial
Subject.
The theories expressed are not the only possible interpretation.
The viewer is invited to make a judgment based on all available information. Real fucking high on drugs.
All right, we got some weird stuff going on our end, guys, but welcome to another Saturday night, another Modern Comic Mayhem. I don't know what's going on, but we're having a hard time hearing the audio on our end, which is weird, but I guess it played through, but maybe it was the session. The session caused it. Maybe none of us can hear because of how good the session was.
How good the session was so good with Def.
Yeah.
I'm going to be getting contact.
Contact high all the way from the West Coast, right?
Because I don't.
I have been hurting with this fucking tooth thing. That's killing me. We did a sale. I had Hood come hang out with me yesterday on my sale. You should have called me, Hood. You should have called me. I'd have come and hang out with you on your sale.
Nah, it's all right, man.
But how'd it go? How'd your whatnot sale go, bro?
It went great, man. Yasagi was in there, Scouter Rick. Who else? Just everybody, like people that jump into the chat and everything, and it's pretty cool. You know, the support and everything like that. So
You said you sold a couple of presses, right? So a couple of people got to jump the line because they got them in your whatnot stream. That's nice.
yeah,
It's the only way I could get into you these days.
yeah, yeah. That's probably the fastest way.
Right.
All right. let's see here. I'm gonna send Blind Adam the link. See if hopefully he can get in this week. Last time he tried to get in, he couldn't get in. Let's see here. D23 happened. You guys been paying attention to all the D23 craziness?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. A lot of it.
It's been pretty nuts. All right, let's see here. What the fuck is going on? All my shit's messing up lately. All right, there we go. So yeah, D23 was crazy. We're gonna talk about D23 tonight. We've got a pretty hefty drama alert and all that fun stuff. And yeah, so we'll be kicking it.
There's been a lot of headlines out of D23, a lot of videos and stuff. Of, you know,
Did they drop any more trailers today?
Well, there were
was
some
a
big
few spoilers I
announcements.
saw. Yeah, I
There
didn't
was
see any
some-
more trailers.
So let's break
Was
it
that
down.
Doom trailer a new one or was that the old one?
No, it was a new one.
Did
There's
Did
It was a new
Doom?
one? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Doom
That was the one they showed at
San Diego.
SDC. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Don't show any trailers.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna get popped. So
Yeah.
okay, let's break down all this shit. So X-Men is the big thing, right? Like massive.
Yeah.
Sadie Sink, Jean Grey. This guy named Kit Connor is gonna be, I'll bring up these guys. So this dude right here is going to be Cyclops. That's Cyclops. That's pretty dope. And then we have Abbott. Christopher Abbott is going to be Professor X. I feel like that guy. I feel like he kind of looks like the dude from Roseanne right here, doesn't he? Remember
Yeah.
Roseanne's kid?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's gonna be Professor X. I don't know how much I don't know. We'll see. I guess. That's kind of weird. Let's take a look. Let's see if there's any other images. He looks pretty young to be playing Professor X, right?
Yeah, I know. It's
Sure, it's not Professor Y.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Here's Emma Frost. Emma Frost is pretty damn good.
Yeah, I saw the whole group shot. She's smoking hot.
Ooh-wee. This is the chick that looks like what's her name? The chick that plays Harley.
Yeah.
She looks
Margot
just
Robbie.
like her.
Robbie.
Yeah.
Somehow she
Robbie.
looks older than Professor X.
So that'll be Emma Frost, which I'm loving. Rogue.
Oh, that's the girl from Obsession, right?
Yeah.
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 Smoking.
They're all. I mean, all the chicks they picked are all. The girl from that's playing Storm, I think, is.
She could be Wonder
she's a-
Woman too, almost. You
She's
know.
a fucking 20, not even a 10.
Look at that.
Mama.
Damn.
Mm.
And then here's Storm. She's gonna be Storm. She's beautiful. Look at that.
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. Holy smokes.
Mm-hmm.
God damn, dude. I'm all for that. Storm's my favorite X-Men.
Yeah, she looks.
She's gonna be perfect.
Oh yeah.
Damn. Look at that. Yeah, she's gonna be a good Storm. And then here's the biggest casting, in my opinion, the best casting. You already know it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Not Professor X.
Kylo Ren.
No, Mr. Sinister. Yeah.
Kylo.
And then he did his little thing, so we can watch that. I think at least let's go watch that.
His introduction clip.
What's his name? Adam
Driver.
Driver. Did he put it on his? I think he put it on his. No.
No, that's a fan page too. I think. I don't think that's.
The best thing he did was Undercover Boss on Kylo Ren on SNL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here we go. Here's
He played
Please
Matt.
welcome Cyclops, Kid Connor. As Professor Charles Xavier, Christopher.
Here we go.
Should we meet some more of the cast?
Please welcome Cyclops, Kid Connor. As Professor Charles Xavier, Christopher Abbott, playing Emma Frost, Samara Weaving. As Rogue, Indy Neveretti. As Storm, Maya Boyd. There was also someone else who wanted to be here.
Hey, D23.
Should we meet some
So
more?
that
The
was
video cuts it off.
the video cuts it up. Yeah. Let me go. Let's go. Here we go.
Hey, D23. You told me to show up for X-Men. I just assumed you met on set. So instead of being with you all there in California, I'm here in Pinewood, in this very lonely soundstage. Kevin and I have been talking for years about maybe joining the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I think we finally found the perfect film at the perfect time with characters I care very deeply about. So I'm very excited to be playing the role.
Doesn't he look kind of different there? He doesn't. I don't know what it is. There's something different about him right there. It looks
Could be the
different.
facial hair. He normally
Yeah.
doesn't grow facial hair.
Of Magneto. Yeah. Wrong again? Right. Even better. Nathaniel Milbury. So.
That's
Nobody's. Everybody's like, huh?
Everyone's like, who is that?
Yeah, he should have said Essex, right? But they're probably not going by Essex yet. This is like he's probably going to be the big bad over a couple of movies, I would imagine. Again,
I would hope so.
let's just put this out there. Marvel, do not kill the big bad. Keep the big bad. We want the big bad to stay for multiple movies. Forever. Just don't kill him. Just beat him, and then he can, come back and fight again in 3 more movies. So, but yeah, I think he's going to be a perfect Mr. Sinister.
Yeah. Good casting.
I'll be right here. Just waiting for everybody to show up. Enjoy your weekend, D23.
So that's pretty dope. I mean, that was probably the biggest news, in my opinion, from D23, the X-Men casting.
Did anybody check to see if first appearance of Mr. Sinister is already happening on, like the sales on eBay?
Popping off.
It's been popping off for a
are
while
they already
recently.
popping off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the guy who is directing. This guy Jake Schreier, and he directed Thunderbolts. So
And it does a TV show, Beef.
Yeah, Beef.
I love that show.
I haven't seen it. What is it?
It's watch season 1. You'll like it.
Okay. All right.
What's right up your alley, dude? You'll like
All
it.
right. I gotta check it out. Oh, it's got what's her name in it? Who's that?
Quite a different cast for season 1. Like a lot of the cast is different for season 1.
Oh, this is season 2?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Interesting. All right, I'll check it out. So that's the dude that's directing. See how that plays out. And then dude, yeah, Mr. Sinister. Well, there's multiple books that we should look at, right, for that. Let's do this. Uncanny 221, right? Let's take a look. Everybody put a bunch of them up, I imagine, already.
I'm sure.
325 for 9/8.
Wow.
the tough one is that giveaway book they did for reading, right? What's it called? Not so, or so special, or there's some phrase or something that it's for. Adam, your stuff is still messed up, dude. It says your camera's not connected and your mic are not connected. You got to connect your mic and camera, and then I'll be able to let you in.
And then what is it? Is it 239, which is the first cover?
Yeah. Yes, from the Silvestri run.
Yeah, I think that's where Sinister's on the cover.
Nobody sold any of the really rare ones of this. That's the one. That's crazy. What is that one called, chat? It's the giveaway book or the not X-Men Classics. God damn it. They did multiple books with it, but 221 is one of the most famous. Let's do this. Let's go 221. Let's see here if I can find it.
People hexing 900 to 1,000 already.
Jeez.
Let's just do this.
Oof.
Go to cover price. I can't believe I can't remember this. Not X-Men Classics. That's it. So Much Fun edition. That's it. So that's the one you want to be on the lookout for. The So Much Fun edition. Mm-hmm. So let's see if there's any available.
Not anymore.
Now that everybody's seen this.
There's one 950 for a 9.6, 338 for a 9.0. There's 243 for yeah.
I used to press that book all the fucking time, dude.
Yeah. It does say X-Men Classic, but it's known as So Much Fun. That's what I know it as. And yeah, Eggplant does say X-Men Classics.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
That's a crazy book. Here's one for $19.
$20, yeah. Or best off.
Low grade. 64. Somebody should be looking at these to see if there's any pressable. That's got a lot of spine ticks in it.
Yeah. Pass.
No, thank you.
That's why it's $64.
Yeah.
But we know a guy.
That one's trash.
We know a magician.
Man, sometimes.
Maybe one of the 9.0s.
Oh,
Let's take a look.
I was going to say get one of the slabbed and just crack it and.
No, well,
that'd
be. Ooh, what grade did that? 9.0.
It was a 9.0.
Yeah, that.
It can't be just that one spot though.
Well, we'll look at the back. The back's the black
There's
cover.
one,
So.
There's probably like 5 of them like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few.
But the back is the hard one because of the black cover.
Well, the good news is I have quite a few of those, so I'll see if I have that.
Of the So Much Fun ones?
No, I'm talking about of that issue. I doubt I have. I'm never that lucky that I would have the rarest one. So.
This one's
But you never
1,000.
know.
And that one looks pretty fucking nice. It's a 9.6. I wonder why. Probably the back.
Or just a grade. I had one
and
of those
there's no
days.
picture. There's no picture of the back either on that one. So that one's.
Can you see that? Can you see the cert number? Is it new enough where they'd have the scans?
They might. But hold on. There's other books, right? There's other books. What was the two? What'd you say it was? 239. The first cover.
That's the orange.
Yeah,
one.
I love this, dude. From the Inferno run.
9.6.
That's at Mark Jewelers newsstand.
Oh,
dude.
Jewelers. Oh, wow.
9.8's 500. Let's take a look at what we got here. It's such a great run. Every cover of the Inferno run is classic. It's such a good cover. 9.8's 160. So there is a run on them. Well, what else? Like, should we be thinking about for Sinister? There's other things.
Well, if if they go right to him, does that mean we have to look out for Madeline Pryor?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's where they're that's where the story is going. Maybe they're going to do a Madeline Pryor story with him.
Because
that whole
was the
Inferno
whole
run,
premise. Yeah.
that whole Inferno run is worth picking up. I sold all mine, man. I had so many. I had probably 3 or 4 full runs of it, and I sold them all just because the covers are so good that they're so easy to sell. Any of the clone storyline with Madeline, you're right, John. And what about Apocalypse? Like, if they're bringing Sinister in, I could see them bringing Apocalypse back. At least I hope
he would
so.
be after they deal with Mr. Sinister. He's probably the next protagonist that it builds up to.
That would be
'Cause
amazing.
He's like,
Give us a
he's
end,
like the final boss in a game. You know what I mean? Like,
that's what I'm saying. Give us an end scene with him, like Avengers Thanos or whatever it was.
because
Iron Man, Hulk.
you would build up to him like you did Avengers with Thanos, right? Like you would tease him a little bit at final credits or something, and then eventually build up to him.
Yeah,
there he is.
What up, Adam?
Hey, how you doing? Is that better?
Yeah, that's working, dude.
Yeah, cool.
So,
Adam,
Yo, what's up?
you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can we get a documented douchebag out of you just to test your mic?
Documented douchebag.
There we go. It works.
It works. It's working.
All right. So the whole clone storyline, Apocalypse. What about Cable? Any connections with Cable?
I don't think so.
What do you mean? Isn't Cable born of Madeline and Scott?
I'm saying I don't think we're going to see that because wouldn't Rob be like already all,
you'd have heard about it already?
Yeah. Wouldn't he already be exploding about
not
it?
at all.
You know?
He didn't know about Deadpool 4 being announced.
No? Okay.
Have you guys been? Well, we'll talk about that in the drama alert. But he didn't know about Deadpool 4 being announced at FanFest. Marvel is not talking to Rob Liefeld right now at all, unfortunately.
There was a Hugh Jackman video out of D23 too, where they were bringing up that he's going to be finally that they'll be in Doomsday, him and Ryan.
Yeah, because there's no Wolverine announced with the X-Men, right? I mean, I know we're a little early, but Storm was part of that run, that crew. Rogue, part of that crew. There's no Wolverine, and Hugh said he's willing to play him till he's 90. So
yeah, but we don't want to see that.
Fucking A, I do.
No, we
I
do.
Keep playing him. Yes, I do.
I don't know if I want anybody else.
Yeah.
Somebody said Chalamet, and I'm just like, I don't want it.
Dude, it's like watching Jackass 5, like a bunch of old guys just getting blown up. Come on, dude.
He wears a mask. He wears a mask, dude.
He's Wolverine, though.
Yeah, keep him.
How much steroids are they going to give that dude? He's going to die because
he's going to be like Bane in the hospital and Batman.
Listen, if they can recast T'Challa, they can recast Wolverine. It's it's not sacrilegious to move on from Hugh Jackman.
It is.
It is if they're willing. Yeah, I think Hugh is one of those guys. He's like Han Solo. He's like Han Solo and Harrison Ford. Like now it would be ridiculous, but could you imagine if somebody else played Han Solo
But look what they did with X-Men. They just cast a guy who looks like he's 16 years old to play Professor X. How's Hugh going to look in a movie with that guy? What time zone are they going to jump through?
Wolverine is the second oldest in the X-Men crew. He's actually the oldest. What are we talking about?
I know, but the guy that they cast Professor X as looks like he's 15, 16 years old.
But that's what I'm saying. Wolverine is 10,000 years old, right?
Is he?
I don't know. He's 2,000 years old. He's probably like 800 years old.
According to that fucking movie they made where they show his span of life, he's been around since like the 1800s or something.
Yeah, 200 years old.
All right, so that's
right.
Oh, and then his healing factor is obviously not working that well because he looks old as fuck right now.
Yeah.
I mean, look, keep him in as Old Man Logan, but you have to recast him at some point.
Okay, hold on. I would bet to say that Hugh Jackman looks younger than you would expect. This guy right here doesn't look that old. Hold on, here we go.
Dude, I don't want to do this.
Just do it.
They've already done filming. This is
Do
silly.
it. Or maybe the next one is called Deadpool and Spider-Man and literally everyone except Wolverine.
Who are you? Like, that's both hurtful and spiteful. Why are you sitting? Hey, Kevin. Hey, D23. Hope you're all having a great time. I just wanted to check in, just totally unprompted, and just wondering if you might need some help.
That guy doesn't look that old. You think he looks that old? You don't think he could play Wolverine for a couple more movies, bro?
I just said put him next to the cast that we just saw on this, being brought on stage.
Wolverine is supposed, but that's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. Wolverine is supposed to be an old guy in the X-Men. He's not supposed to be young. He's supposed to be in his 50s and 40s.
He's also not supposed to be 6'4". So
yeah, I get that, but you know what I mean? Like, he's supposed to be the old gruff old man in the X-Men.
Listen, I love him as Wolverine. I'm not going to say that. I'm just saying at some point we do have to move on.
Out.
Doesn't have. We got 2-3 more movies out of him.
Rounding out the cast, dude. They've got like 28 people. Why the hell do they need us?
Because we're the golden ones. We're special.
He's gonna like Wemby next to all of the new cast.
And scrapped.
Okay. So anyway, if you guys need some help rounding out the cast, I'd love to join. And I don't know, I might be able to convince Ryan to appear in Avengers Doomsday, but no pressure. I hate you so much, man.
I know, me too.
I love it. Great video.
I know, me too. Yeah. That's fucking good.
Ryan Reynolds has at least like another 4 or 5 movies in him, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, then you have I think the big part about all this is also the Sadie Sink connection with Spider-Man and, opening up the MCU to the X-Men now, which is huge for storytelling opportunity. All the TV shows and cool stories that they could tell is going to be awesome. Now we just need writing to be as good as Spider-Man Brand New Day for the X-Men, or better. You know what I mean? Spider-Man. Have you guys all seen Brand New Day yet?
Yep. Seen it twice.
I might go see it tomorrow.
I went today, took my nieces, and bro, I've got a terrible headache in my fucking eye, dude. Those girls, oh my god, dude.
Were they going crazy?
Bro, they couldn't sit still, and oh my god. Then they started throwing popcorn over the seat. I thought I was going to end up getting in a fucking fight, bro.
Well, the good news about it is that movie was so fucking good, and it's got the connective tissues to, the X-Men movies with Sadie now. Hopefully that'll help something. I don't know. But what do you guys think about Marvel introducing mutants through Spider-Man before launching the X-Men? That's kind of a weird take, right?
I don't think it's so much that. I think they were introducing that character in the same way Civil War was introducing Spider-Man and Black Panther.
Yeah.
I think that, and that kind of follows along with the comic book. I don't think they were just, okay, this is the launch of the mutants with Sadie Sink. I think they deliberately are introducing characters. Like Doomsday, they may have another character they introduce, but I mean, we'll see.
So, Karaoke Machine says they're not doing TV shows anymore, but one of the big trailers was a TV show, right? The Vision, wasn't that a TV show?
VisionQuest.
Yeah, VisionQuest was a TV show.
Pretty smooth, baby.
Appreciate that, Solo.
Yeah, the TV show stuff hasn't been confirmed yet, has it?
Yeah, they got a trailer.
Season 3.
The VisionQuest trailer came out at D23,
Yeah.
so that's out.
It looks like they're adapting some of the Tom King stuff.
Yep.
So
the Vision, that's the book. Get the 1 in 25 of Vision #1 and the hip hop Vision #1. Those are the 2 books, in my opinion. Me and Hood were talking about last night.
Like that part
Pretty
where
smooth, baby.
Vision tells Ultron, "No, let's only in the human avatar, right?
Yeah.
So you get
switches
James
over to-
Spader in there. James
Yeah.
Spader looks like fucking Letterman with the big beard.
Yeah, just in case you guys haven't seen it, the VisionQuest was pretty dope. Let me go ahead and do this.
I remember when you'd come in all the time with that redhead. Before you started working here, I remember when you'd come in all the time with that redhead.
And what's kind of weird about this is like he's still living a human life, but when he goes back at night, instead of sleeping, he jumps into the robot world, it seems, which is kind of a cool storytelling aspect, right? Because he's still connected to the human world and he's trying to kind of keep up appearances in the human world.
I was a different person back then.
How about now? Anyone waiting for you tonight?
No.
Again, this is another great thing. How amazing music is with this medium, with the visual medium, and to tie in good scores and good songs and all that type of shit.
Home is just me.
It's like I'm losing my mind.
There we go, Marvel Television, right there. Karaoke says they're going to do one-shot special presentations like Werewolf by Night and animated series. Daredevil is going to be the last real TV series. What about this? Is this? Oh, this is coming out before Daredevil?
Yeah, before the next season of
Yeah,
Daredevil.
I hope they make an Echo one.
What will it go?
Hashtag shit nobody says.
Testify.
Who am I? I was an Avenger, but I'm not a hero anymore. I have his face, but not his virtue.
Who is that? That almost looked like what's her name? No, it's not. I thought that was Winona Ryder for a second there.
Isn't it?
Right? It almost
Yeah.
looks like her.
Yeah, I love those type of lamps.
All I have is his name.
Welcome home.
So that's his crew in his mind.
This house is getting crowded vision. Ultron! Human avatars only.
Sir, I cannot overstate the dangers of keeping him around.
Yes, but he is Dad, Papa, Peepaw.
I love that. Any way we can get James Spader in more movies, right?
Heck yeah.
One of the best actors ever. Fucking Less Than Zero, dude. How many? You guys remember
No.
Less Than Zero?
Less Than Zero was cool, but
One of the
like
greatest
his
movies on
best
the planet.
movie is fucking Tough Turf, bro. You ever seen that
No.
with Robert Downey Jr. and who's the blonde chick from Real Housewives?
Oh
from
yeah, where he
Atlanta?
was a bully. Was he a bully in that?
Nah, man, he was
No?
getting bullied, dude.
Oh, he's getting bullied. I don't remember this. We're gonna have to watch this.
Bro,
All right.
hey, dude, hey,
Hold on.
It's on YouTube. It's
Here
free.
we go.
The opening soundtrack is phenomenal, dude.
All right, here we go. We're taking a little segu or a segu.
Sigu?
All right, here we go.
Meet Morgan Hiller.
First day in a new school. You ready for it?
I always. He's got an attitude.
There's no backfighting on campus. Well, I was just sort of hoping I could take a quick ride through history. You mind taking those off? I'd like to see who I'm talking to.
They've got a problem.
Let go of me! Not until you tell me what
This is fucking crazy, bro.
your name is.
He lives in two worlds.
I'm sure Patty and Al will vouch for us.
Always behind enemy lines.
You are not now, nor were you ever members of this club.
Kind of like Footloose Takeoff almost, right?
Just when I thought we were going to be good friends.
Tough Turf.
They took your car. I don't own a car, man.
Oh, it's almost kind of flipped roles from Less Than Zero a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Iron Man and fucking Ultron, dude.
That is good.
He's a loner on a roll. An outsider on the edge. Caught between a dangerous loser.
Give his bike back.
And the girls they both love.
She belongs to Nick.
All right, we got to go back. All right, let's see here.
Hey, dude. So there's a scene in there. Who did DiCaprio play in the Basketball Diaries? What was his name? What punk band? What was it? Oh my God. Hold on.
I gotta look right now.
I mean, because there's so much bullshit attached to this movie, dude.
No ticket, Kev.
Carol?
Yeah.
Oh, Jim Carroll.
Jim Carroll. So Jim Carroll's band is playing in one of the. Actually, has a speaking role in this too.
Yeah, dude, Basketball Diaries is a crazy fucking good movie. Amsterdam is the band he was in. All right, here we go. Back to VisionQuest.
I'm a stranger to myself. That family was.
That's cool. He's showing. He's sitting there watching it with Spader. Old. What was that called? That series called the Scarlet Witch series. Was it just called Scarlet Witch?
WandaVision.
WandaVision. That's what it's called.
It's real.
You sure about that?
I had a father.
Agatha all along.
So here's Speed, right?
A machine called Vision.
Muzzle tough. It's a boy.
So here's the crazy thing. And we were talking about this last night. So the crazy thing about this is that you have Speed, Tommy Shepard, who's one of the Young Avengers, which brings in Young Avengers, where I think you're going to have 3 members of Young Avengers in the movie or the MCU that are going to be part of Vision. You're going to have Wiccan and Speed, and you're going to have Viv Vision. I think Viv Vision is going to be introduced in this, in my opinion. It'd be smart if they do, right? And because Viv Vision was that character that was such a big deal out of the Vision's comic book. And those 3 characters would be perfect, along with Miss Marvel. Get Kamala Khan in there, get Cassie Lang in there, and get Kate Bishop in there. And then you can even throw in Isaiah Bradley's grandson as the Captain America person, and you got the team. And then you don't have to have Kang take the Vision role, right? You just have Viv Vision take the Vision role in Young Avengers. So, because they want to stay as far away from fucking Kang as possible, which is stupid. Yeah. But here we go. That right there. Oh wait, hold on. There's an image.
How is this possible? Free us all.
There's a image.
And save your son.
Right there. Boom. Viv Vision, right?
Yeah, it has to be her, right? Who else would it be?
That's Viv Vision right there. I don't know if Doom kills Kang in Doomsday. I would hope that they do, but you don't have that. That way, you don't have Kang be part of the Young Avengers, which is you remember the Vision character in the Young Avengers was a different Kang. So,
son. to understand my purpose.
So much about Speed. I wonder where's Wiccan. Wiccan was the one in Agatha, right? So I can't remember what happened. Is he stuck somewhere in Agatha?
No pun intended.
We got stuck.
We got stuck.
With a genocidal maniac inside your head.
That's sick. Ultron's such a badass character, dude.
You're fucked up.
What?
No, I'm talking about it.
Oh.
Nothing bonds a family together quite like mortal jeopardy.
So that looks really good, right? I think that's going to be, hopefully it's going to be excellent. I thought Agatha all along was going to be good, and it wasn't. So you get Jarvis, Friday, Edith, and Ultron. Speed, Viv Vision. I hope that's Viv Vision, but it's probably going to be ass. You're right, Comics Embrace. It'll probably be ass. But those Young Avenger books hopefully will start. They're cheap as fuck right now. How much are Young Avengers books right now, dude? They're like,
Isn't that 9.8 still going for like $200-300?
Bro, that book was $1,000 book plus, wasn't it?
Well, remember, most of that team eventually, they became the champions. So if they do like the Thunderbolts and come out of nowhere with a fucking funny name, it may not be New Avengers.
See how they're listing it now? First appearance of Tommy Shepard now.
Yep. Look, $25 for the director's cut. $37 for the regular. How much is, dude? I want one of the 9.5s so bad. It is one of those books that.
I for selling my copy.
Huh? Are you gonna sell one?
I sold one a year ago.
Oh, so the actual that's graded.
Yep, the 9.5 from Wizard World.
How much did you get, Adam?
I got $750.
Oh, that was cheap.
Wow.
To be in that red slab too. Yeah.
Yep.
Not many Young Avengers sold, huh?
Mm-hmm. Go look up Champions #1.
I love that. Look at how good
Champions,
that looks.
I love that original song.
I can see them doing what they did for Thunderbolts.
Not even a lot listed.
Yeah, $2. Jesus.
It's the second print that you want, right?
Or the what's it called variant, the Momoko. Wasn't there a Momoko Champions? Okay. Yeah, nobody's buying either. So there you go. We'll see. Wolverine. So there was a new trailer for the video game. That video game looks sick either way. Yeah, it's gonna be badass. It's almost got me thinking about buying a PS5 just to play that game. So
I'm taking a day off when it drops just to play all day because that first day is going to be killer next month.
That Rokon video game is also PC as well, and they say that it's easy to play on PC, so I might check that out. Yeah, man, that Wolverine game looks so badass. We watched the Ahsoka.
San Diego looked amazing.
We watched the Ahsoka trailer last night, and it was fucking phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Got me excited for Star Wars again. I got goosebumps when it was Ahsoka and Anakin fighting.
Bro, Starfighter.
Oh, I haven't seen the Starfighter one. Did they release Starfighter? All right. Chat, let us know if we get knocked off. Where is it? Is there a...
Do we have a rendezvous site to go to if you get knocked off?
Let's see here. Starfighter. Here we go.
Hey, can't see it.
It's nothing. I don't think it's a trailer. It's just a little...
someone.
That's a new
who
song.
They have somebody
Mhm.
who filmed the D23 trailer.
Okay.
Hey,
let's
Hood,
take
is
a
this a
look.
good one?
Is it signed?
It's virgin and it's signed.
Yes.
What color?
Silver.
It's a real
like
good
mine.
one.
It's the cover VD version of looks like, I
VD?
guess that's no
VD?
VD.
VD?
That's not a virgin, bro.
Not if it's VD.
Oh, jeez.
Not a virgin. She got
I guess I'm
VD,
lucky the
bro.
whole signature is
I'm
there,
just
though.
saying.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Let's see if we
Oh,
don't.
you got the virgin. I got
it's
the
gone.
trade.
It's gone.
got
Send it to
the
Hood.
blood.
Trade it for that
They
Ewing.
ain't it.
Jay Scott looked out for me.
Trade it for the Ewing.
Yeah, there we go. Send Pat Ewing. Dude. High grade.
Where is
I'll
this
send you a
trailer?
Wemby rookie.
A Wemby rookie?
Yeah.
I can't find it anywhere, man. All right, here we go. Nope, that's the one we already saw. The little.
It's
just
pretty. It's
teaser.
pretty cool. They don't show a lot, but they show him getting on the Starfighter and.
Is this it?
Ooh, marker.
Yeah,
Looks like he used that chrome marker.
that's sick, bro.
Is this a Ahsoka?
No,
it's
Starfighter. So
Starfighter.
I'm looking forward to some good Star Wars. I think we all are, because everything has been complete fucking utter garbage other than video games for Star Wars. You know what I mean?
And they're releasing A New Hope in its original.
With the original
presentation.
Han shot first.
Everything
Fuck yeah.
About time.
for the
Yeah.
50th anniversary.
About fucking
About
time. Yep. I'm gonna make a Beyond Wednesdays Han shot first t-shirt. If anybody has any good takes on the Han shot first thing for a Beyond Wednesdays t-shirt, let us know. That being said, if anybody out there can help us, if you're a t-shirt designer that can help us design t-shirts really well, and if I give you an idea and some things like, oh, this is what I'm looking for, and da 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 da, and if you can help us design those shirts, please reach out to me, because we need some help. I just can't. I have all these great ideas, but I'm not good at doing the designing t-shirt wise part of it. So shout out to BB66. He says no trailer, just logo for Starfighter. Yeah, that's what we're.
No, I saw the trailer yesterday, and I guess they took it down.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it was a trailer. Somebody had filmed it, and a good filming of it too. So
Ryan Gosling's going to be on there with Matt Smith, Mia Goth, Aaron Pierre, and Amy Adams.
Mama.
Yeah, Matt Smith's a badass too. He's a real badass. And yeah, but
VD Virgin.
this will be the first like real thing outside the Skywalker core Skywalker
close, baby.
timeline, right? For Star Wars.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Next, what else do we have at D23? Incredibles 3. I'm not really big into Incredibles. I think it's it's
Pretty
cool, but I'm
close,
not.
baby.
I don't think I've ever seen them. Kingdom Hearts 4 video game, Kingdom Hearts animated series, which they should have done a long time ago. Frozen 3, Lilo and Stitch 2, Simpsons movie. That'll be out on my birthday, September 3rd. Other than the X-Men, of course, there was the whole Doomsday stuff. And the official cast for that's crazy. Robert Downey Jr., Chris Evans, Chris Hemsworth, Pedro Pascal, Anthony Mackie, Florence Pugh, Vanessa Kirby, Paul Rudd, Tom Hiddleston, Ian McKellen, Patrick Stewart, James Marsden, Kelsey Grammer, Rebecca Romaine, Alan Cumming, Channing Tatum, Sebastian Stan, Letitia Wright, and a lot more to come on top of that. They're going to have also...
Hey.
Alex? What up, Hood?
No, you said a lot more to come on top of that.
Oh.
He said Cap.
The chick that plays America Chavez is going to have to be there, right? Because, or at least she's going to be in what was it? Secret Wars stuff, because her power is the way that they get to the battle world, I think, back and forth between battle world. So America Chavez stuff is going to be going up again. So it might be smart to start picking some of that up. It's super cheap. Mike, is it Del Mundo? Who did that really rare America Chavez book, first appearance? The Magneto cover. The dude from Brazil.
Mike
Deodato, thank you. Yeah. Mike Deodato. Yeah. But gonna have 3 universes, which is interesting. What are those universes? You're gonna have the one where the Fantastic Four came from, right? Because she's talking in that trailer about the characters, or about Doom. So that world has still got to be around even though they left, right? Or maybe it's destroyed, and that's when there's a part in that trailer where Mr. Fantastic is saying to Doom, did you do this? Did you do that? Maybe he destroyed that world, that universe. But he kept Latveria or something. He figured out a way to keep Latveria. There's going to be the 616 and the X-Men universe, where our X-Men are at, not the new ones, but the old ones. So those 3 universes we know we're going to see. Right?
Well, I mean, is it obvious that he's going to obliterate the one with the original cast, because they're recasting them already for an X-Men movie? So
yeah, but I think that we're going to see some of those characters in Battleworld, though. We know we're going to see Wolverine in Battleworld, because Wolverine and Deadpool are both are going to be the two generals that lead the 2 teams to fight.
I'm talking more like the original Magneto and Professor X.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I'm saying.
Those guys will probably not survive beyond that movie, because they've already recast them.
Well, they might be in Battleworld. Yeah. They might not survive beyond Secret Wars, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is 3 more movies. Is it 3 more movies, or 3 more movies, or 2 more movies? Are they going to have is Doomsday going to go straight into Battleworld, and then there's going to be 2 Battleworld movies, or is there going to be another Doomsday and then we get the 2 Battleworld? I can't remember.
I thought Doomsday was going into Secret Wars.
That's what Battleworld is. Yeah, Secret Wars is going to be the Battleworld. Okay, so then 3 more movies. There's going to be 2 Secret Wars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's even the point of the stinger at the end of the new Spider-Man, is to sort of allude to.
And if they go
Spider-Man ends up in space for Secret Wars.
Battleworld, is it possible we're going to see Maestro and another version of Thanos, because they're in that storyline as well?
Yeah, very, very much so. I wouldn't be
'Cause now
surprised.
we're
You're
gonna
going to
be
have the
dealing on-
Thor. You're going to have the Thor
Yeah.
core. You're going to have
Ray Ball.
T'Challa having the gauntlet, hopefully, and that's where we're going to see Tosin, because Tosin has been cast in that Secret Wars stuff. So okay, there's only 1 Secret Wars movie. For some reason, I thought they said there was going to be 2 Secret Wars movies.
Yeah, I heard they were going to cut that because it was so long. They were going to make two parts of it. So, but
Yeah, that's what I thought too. But people are saying it's going to be 1. But here's the other thing. Everybody's going crazy for that other Black Panther. Why would they do that? Because in the end of the last Black Panther movie, he said his name was Tosin.
no, he said Tosan.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, but how do you know we've been saying it wrong all this time?
Yeah, that's true.
It's not going to be the
Just
character everybody goes for. But confirmed, initially 2, but confirmed as 1. Thanks, Lewis. Appreciate that. The Avengers will ask for help from Thanos. That's cool. There's no Tosin. What do you mean there's no Tosin? They showed us his name, Tosin. He said his name's Tosin. And at the end, there was never supposed to be 2 Secret Wars movie. Yes, there was. I remember that. Toussaint. Yeah, Toussaint, which is Tosin. right?
And Tosin may be like short.
Yeah.
Toussaint.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Jonathan.
What do you mean
John,
Tosin never happened? That Toussaint is Tosin. You're crazy. Toussaint never happened.
Toussaint.
He's trolling you now.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're being trolled.
Oh, well.
Chad's got your attention. Now they got Brian on the hook.
Karaoke machine, you're mad, bro. Holy cow. Why so mad, bro? This is
Pretty
Saturday
sure telling
night.
you that there was never a red hood.
Mm-hmm. What else was there?
Snapped him out.
You're supposed to go into
All right.
dust. I love that T-shirt.
I just hope that I feel like they want peak nostalgia casting wise, and you can. It's great to have peak nostalgia in a movie and have major nostalgia, but the writing's got to be there.
Tosin.
Yeah.
Tosin and
Toussaint. Yeah. Same thing.
Toussaint. 2 O's.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the witches that are with Doom. I read a leak and I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, that's the book. Look how that book is terrible. What a terrible spec play. Taint. Yes. Taint for short. Not
Taint.
Toussaint. Taint. All right.
Killing me, Brian.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it has come to that moment in time.
Come.
I got ask you,
again?
McClay. I hope this makes your comical drama, because these dudes, goofy ass dudes.
Into the news. Into the into the
But let's get down to business.
All right, we're into drama alert. Let's get into drama alert, ladies and gentlemen.
Damn.
Drama alert this week. We've got multiple things to talk about. First on the list. What do you guys think is first on the list for drama alert this week?
Tosin.
Tonight's chat.
Yeah, the chat. We're putting the chat on Front Street
These
tonight.
goofy ass dudes talking about
Goofy ass
today.
dudes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the first drama alert story is about our boy Robbie L, Mr. Rob Liefeld, the GOAT, the GOAT, greatest of all
Rob
time.
Liefeld.
Bro, he is
motherfucking Rob.
Yeah, Rob effing Liefeld, ladies and gentlemen. And
Rob
he
effing
is
Liefeld.
catching it from all sides. Have you guys been following this? This has been absolutely crazy.
Cable story?
Not just the cable story, dude, but him, this absolute Batman stuff is pretty nuts. Where he, we talked about it last week where he said he wasn't, you got to pay him $1 million. You couldn't pay him $1 million to do a Batman cover, right? Which
I got it right here. I didn't pay $1 million for this.
Yeah,
it's not
You
absolute.
could sell it for $1 million.
though. That's not an absolute Batman, though.
Yeah,
That's
you
why.
couldn't pay him $1
That's-
million
I can get
to
him
do
to write
an
absolute
absolute
on it.
Batman cover, and he has just been really catching hell from the entire comic book community. So much so that it's not funny, and even like places like the Gunverse are putting up stories about it. Rob Liefeld says he'll never do an absolute Batman, joking he would only draw a cover for $1 million. And I think that what happened, and I'm not going to speak for Rob, this is just a little bit of my opinion. I think that he got bombarded by a group of people in the chat that he thought were like coming to troll him, just to talk about absolute Batman and troll him. And it wasn't. It was meant to like come in and, oh, we heard you said Absolute Batman was good. It got posted in this forum and we're coming over here to talk to you about it. And I think he took it as like trolling maybe. And he was like, fuck you guys. You aren't going to troll me. And Chase17, who's one of our viewers, kind of caught the brunt of it. And he blocked Chase for calling him dude, which was fucking hilarious. It reminds me of growing up.
I'm not your bro at the bar.
Yeah, I'm not your bro at the bar, dude.
Don't call me dude.
Yeah.
That's the best.
Locked him.
So
Dude, you can make about 4 T-shirts out of it.
Yeah, if you guys don't
We're
remember,
doing anything with Absolute Batman. Take that all the way to the bank. I would do an absolute Batman cover for $1 million. Okay. So it's definitely not happening. Guys, what a waste of my time to draw Batman. What an absolute waste of my time.
And there's Chase's comment that set him off. When are you going to do an absolute Batman cover? So,
well, I don't, whatever Batman it is. Do you think if I did that, I'd have an 8.5 hour line? Oh, I got one without it. Okay.
So I don't know why he got so pissed about it. And then I think his take was like, you know, working for Marvel or DC is not good for a creator right now because they don't pay you what you think they're going to pay you, and you would make more money just coming up with your own things. And Rob is doing this special whatnot sale for Youngblood, which is one of his IPs, right? So he's a little angry.
On 3, on 2, on 1. Guys, I'd rather take meetings with people who want to make movies of Brigade and Bloodstrike and all that other stuff. I don't need Batman. I've never been a Batman guy. I walked away from Marvel and my career only got bigger and hotter and stronger. Okay? Straight up, work for hire is garbage. I'm not into it.
See, right? That's kind of like, you could tell he's kind of, you know, telling people, don't work for hire if you don't have to.
Yeah, I get it, King Chase. I understand it, and you got my answer, dude. Call me dude again, and I'll. You know what? I don't. You gotta go. I'm not your bro in the bar. Okay. I'm Rob effing Liefeld. Bam, my pro shop. Congratulations.
Oh,
God.
So it can
Rob effing Liefeld.
Bro, it continued.
Trouble in Comic Land looks like Rob Liefeld ruffled some feathers. Someone asked Rob if he would do an absolute Batman book, and Rob just went off.
It's a custom. We got custom comics, baby. I'm never doing anything with absolute Batman. Take that all the way to the bank. I would do an absolute Batman cover for $1 million. Okay, so it's well, I don't. Whatever Batman do, I need Batman. I don't straight up. Yeah, I get it.
Guys, a work for hire for him at his level, it wouldn't make sense. There'd be no reason to do it unless he did like his own exclusive, like he did his own store, like Rob Liefeld. But again, then that invites DC to go and use his image however they want. I just showed you guys yesterday how these companies, like 99.9% of companies, can reuse and use. So they would run away with it, put it on shirts, put it whatever, and it just won't make sense to Rob. It might make sense to other people, but when you get to Rob's level, man, it's unless you're that level, I don't think you can really understand.
Right. And I agree with that. But all kinds of craziness started happening and all kinds of people started jumping in. And this was a really good one from the comic collector who, Kevin, you know very well. You did a good thing where you gave him some books. And I like this kid. It's good to see young kids get into the hobby and that type of stuff. Shout out to Alex, who with that super chat says, Rob Liefeld wears tighty whities and they were snug that day. All right, here we go.
Custom comics, baby. I'm never doing anything with absolute Batman. Take that all the way to the bank.
Damn.
I would do an absolute Batman cover for $1 million. Okay.
Okay, I think Rob Liefeld is taking this whole ego thing way too seriously. Because he will not do an absolute Batman cover only if it's for $1 million.
Now, here's the interesting thing that I love. We've gotten to that age, you guys, where we're old now, and we get to hear the young generation. Thanks for that super chat, Alex. We get to hear the young generation give their points, and the young generation wasn't around for Rob Liefeld, so they don't have the connection to the nostalgia like we have for Rob. So it's very interesting to hear this young generation takes, and I got a couple of them starting with this guy.
And basically in the video he goes on to saying that he left Marvel Comics, and with Image Comics he was able to do so many great things without them. But that's not true. Long story short, while Image Comics was first starting, fast forward like 3-4 years after Image Comics started, Todd McFarlane was offered $3 million by Marvel Comics to come back with them. And he denied them. But you know who accepted it? Rob Liefeld. Rob Liefeld went back with Marvel to start a Captain America run with Jim Lee. And it's that infamous Rob Liefeld panel with Captain America in that.
Which is not true, and I'm not giving the collector shit, but
Right.
This image only showed up in a wizard. This image
And
never showed up anywhere else than a
Some of
wizard.
his facts, I think, are wrong because I looked it up because I Googled to see if he took a $3 million payday, and there's no reporting at any point that he did. But to Johnny's credit, he's 16, but I do like that he's trying to put this story together. He's wrong. You can be wrong. And again, that's
what was funny about this is a lot of people start in their retorts to Rob's anger, brought up this image as like a gotcha to him. And you guys got to remember, he sold the original art for this image for like $100,000 or $200,000, some crazy amount.
Crazy amount, yeah.
Yeah. So
I think it was like a little over $500,000.
was it $500,000? Yeah, there you go. A little over $500,000 for an image that was only shown in Wizard magazine when they announced
one of the infamous
Heroes Reborn.
Beautiful images of the 90s comics.
Yep, Heroes Reborn, baby. All right, here we go.
Heck yeah, Wizard magazine.
Oh, y'all know what I'm talking about. The point is, Rob Liefeld is such a scum. He's claiming, oh, I left Marvel, oh, I left DC to go with Image Comics, oh, blah, 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 blah. When he literally went back to Marvel and then left Marvel, went to DC, and then fast forward a couple years, he's like, you know what, I'm gonna do some more stuff with Image again. He does stuff with every single publisher. And let's not to forget to mention, he co-created Deadpool, and he continuously saying, oh yeah, I created the character. His whole thing on social media is, oh yeah, guys, I created Deadpool, a Marvel character. And he's still claiming that Image helped him out the most. Okay, buddy. Yes, his comic was the first comic with Image Comics. Yes, he co-created Deadpool. Yes, he did those two things. Other than that, I just can't with Rob. Get your own history straight, Rob. You left Image to go with Marvel with Jim Lee for $3 million. Yes, that's a lot of money. But you're continuously saying that Image helped you out the most, when in reality, you're constantly going from Image to Marvel to DC. Just pick one publisher and stay there. Anyway.
I like this kid. I really do, because he's 16 years old. He's got a love for comics, and you can see, go follow his content. He goes by the Comic Collector Zero on IG, and he's 16 years old, and he found this love for comics, and I love that. So, but I agree with you, Kevin. I think some of the stuff, because he didn't live through that era, maybe he sees it differently. And but that being said, a lot of people continue to take that same aspect. Here's another young cat.
So everybody's hating on Rob Liefeld again after he crashed out on a Whatnot stream because someone asked him to draw absolute Batman. But this isn't some fresh new thing. Rob Liefeld crashes out on Whatnot all the time to people that ask him to draw things. If you're not interested in Youngblood, he thinks you're the devil, which is 90% of the population, because nobody is picking up that terrible book. Rob Liefeld is a terrible comic book artist. He's a terrible comic book writer.
Again, this is the total thing. This is somebody who didn't grow up in that era and doesn't have the love, wasn't around for New Mutants, 87, 86, 85 and up.
That whole run.
And they certainly,
that whole
Brian,
run was legendary for spec back in the 90s.
Not just for spec, it was legendary for all of everything about X-Men.
But they they certainly don't understand when he and McFarlane and Lee and Will Spatacchio and Valentino, Silvestri, when they launched Image,
Larson,
they did something that was like nobody thought was possible. And they still to this day are relevant, and all of their characters are relevant. You can't dismiss that, man. Like they completely got right in between Marvel and DC and launched a new company. And they changed how everything was done. So.
That's true just as much as what John's saying here. We should not normalize his crash outs. Don't make excuses for, quote, someone at his level. Right. You're right. And we're going to continue. I'm going to put a pin in that as we go.
And he's a terrible person. But he's pretty fun to rage bait on Whatnot. Those are the 4 things that make up Rob Liefeld, and if you're expecting anything more, you'll be extremely disappointed. This 60-year-old man really needs to grow up quick time. I've just personally not liked Rob Liefeld from the very beginning. There hasn't been a time where I've actually watched a video of Rob Liefeld and gone, wow, he has a beautiful personality. I cannot wait to watch the next Rob Liefeld video. He pretty much acts like his books sell the exact same amount as Absolute Batman. but they don't. I just wanted to come on here and talk about this situation, considering I'm known for talking about Rob Liefeld in the past, and just give you guys my thoughts on the situation.
So again, another young guy. Shout out to Alex Garcia, who created the Beyond Wednesdays logo. An amazing artist. Go follow him. He says Rob Liefeld sold the Cap image a long time ago. Yeah, I apologize. It wasn't Rob Liefeld that sold the image. It was a collector who bought it. And then he says that Cap image was sold for $125,000 at Heritage. So still quite a bit of money. $125,000 is a lot. So congratulations to whoever bought that and sold it. Iconic comic piece. All right, here we go. Next. There was more. Where is it? So I know that Rob Liefeld said he'd never do a Absolute Batman cover, but some retailer out there needs to get somebody to make this a cover. This should be the Rob. As a matter of fact, Rob.
I'm not doing it.
Hold on, James. Hold on. Listen to this.
Doing it.
Listen to this. If Rob Liefeld was, let me put it this way: if Rob Liefeld did this cover as an exclusive for Absolute Batman, he would go down as a legend among legends in the troll game. He would be, if Rob Liefeld did this cover and sold it exclusively on his store as an Absolute Batman,
He'd sell out.
It would sell out.
Everybody
in
would
seconds.
go buy it.
It would instantly.
Seconds, and it would go down as one of the greatest trolls or trolling a troll response ever. Rob, you would be a legend amongst legends. You're already a legend, but this would put you in the Hall of Fame of trolls. Your troll game would be on point if you drop this as an Absolute Batman cover.
They'd have to pay him $1 million to do that.
He said he would do it. Would he? If he, I think he would be able to sell these. Even if he did 3,000 of them, how much would he have to sell them to make $1 million? 3,000. Figure that out.
$3,333
a piece.
Yeah.
So there we go. Would you pay $3,333 for this in a sweet foil treatment? I know I wouldn't.
Good tale there, Brian.
He'd probably sell the OA for like $50K plus though.
All right.
So
Rob Liefeld's
So here we go. Here's another one.
Rob Liefeld's a terrible person, and if you're just hopping onto the bandwagon right now or noticing, welcome. Because Rob Liefeld has constantly been having these bouts of him just freaking the hell out over regular shit. Whether it's people coming at him for his opinions or if he's going to draw a cover of a comic that they like, he seems to freak out. He also has this huge ego for like him being Rob freaking Liefeld. That's like his big thing that he's always putting across. And I get it. The guy has done some very prominent work in the comic book industry. Does that give him free reign?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
He's
it
got
does.
fuck you
Yeah,
money.
it kind of does.
Yes.
Kinda does.
When you have fuck
It's
you
called-
money and
it's
fuck you
called being a
receipts.
heel comic.
Yeah. It
And
does
when your
give him that.
creation makes huge movies and stuff, it's like, there's a lot of shit he can talk,
Yeah.
To be an
with his
absolute,
history,
just terrible person.
it's
No,
true, too.
it doesn't. And there's a weird group of people who defend him and go, oh, well, he's Rob Liefeld.
Bro, we're not a weird group of people. We grew up
weird?
during the time period when, like, New Mutants was coming out, and it was a game changer. Cable is is such a badass character, and I get it. Joe Kelly should get just as much credit, in my opinion, as behind the Deadpool mythos as Rob should. Now, I know Rob would be unhappy about that statement, but I think it's true. I think Joe Kelly should get as much respect for helping to define Deadpool as a character that Rob should and Fabian should as their co-creators. But the Cable character is one of the greatest characters in all of comics. His backstory is amazing. He's been part of multiple great storylines. The Hope Summers storyline is one of the greatest stories in X-Men history. X-Men 97 is showing how great Cable is. He's been in movies. He helps define, like X-Force is such a big deal, and people don't realize how big of a deal Domino, Cable, all these characters are. Yeah, like it's a big deal.
We got to show him respect. There are celebrities that won't take pictures with people that people talk shit about to no end. But Rob Liefeld can be out here banning people from streams because they're asking him a question, or being out here saying, I'm Rob freaking Liefeld, and nobody's saying anything. I don't know. Rob Liefeld has shown that he has very questionable morals. He's shown that he's a bad person.
What? How can you say he's a bad person? Now, here's what I will say. I don't think that Rob is a bad person, so to say, right? I think that he is he is getting older, and he just doesn't care anymore. He's just saying whatever he wants. But I will say this. He 100% he needs to kind of, I don't know what the word is or what the way to say it, but he shouldn't have went all crash out mode in that.
I think he just got pissed off.
Yeah.
He's been having a hell of a run the last couple of years. Like, he's really embraced this, him, Todd, and like all the old schoolers, they've really embraced the fans or whatever. And it's almost like the minute, because he's always had a temper.
Yes.
So the minute that it's caught, man, they're waiting. Got him. You know, and it's like he's not a bad person. He's just been around the block, bro. Like, and it's just like, you know, sometimes like you catch somebody on the wrong day, and you know, he probably wasn't feeling his whatnot stream or whatever. He was having a bad day, and it happens. It fucking happens. Like,
hey Brian,
you know?
Derek is saying here, if it was Mike Mayhew that said that, we'd be shitting all over it.
You're 100% right. You're 100% right.
Is there a clear difference between a guy like Mike Mayhew talking shit versus Rob Liefeld?
Yes, there is a clear difference.
There's a
Rob
huge
Liefeld,
difference.
a huge difference. There's very few people that are on Rob's level. I think that you know, him, Todd, Jim, like, you know, there's very few people that are on that level and that can actually get away with acting this way, and we're still gonna like love, you know, what he does, if that makes sense. So
I think there's a big difference though, Bro, when you're talking about McFarlane or Jim Lee just as people, because even yesterday McFarlane did a retailer call with retailers, and like he was on there asking the retailers questions, wanting their input. Like, Rob would give a shit less what anybody could tell him, because as he says, he's Rob effing Liefeld. He knows better. Todd wants the information. He wants the feedback. He feeds people were asking him about what he thinks about blind bags. He's got his opinion, but he's like, if retailers want it, I will figure out a way to make it work. Like, there's a difference in the personality. And I think that's why, for me, it's hard to put Liefeld and like McFarlane and Lee in the same category. Talent wise, sure. But as people, I think Todd is hands down way better than Rob.
Hey, Kev, the difference is also that Rob will actually go live and talk directly to his people every fucking day while he's selling. In other words, he's out there communicating with everybody with no governor in between them. You know what I mean? McFarlane, when McFarlane goes live, it's rare. You know, it's much rarer, and it's also, he also has people operating a whole machine.
Yeah, it's
and
almost
I
like
guarantee
filtered,
you,
right?
if somebody said something to try to troll McFarlane, they'd get booted, but you just wouldn't know it. I think Rob is actually sitting there in front of a screen, in front of a camera, and every time he goes on Whatnot, every time he goes on YouTube, it's you and him. There's no team of people monitoring his chat. He's monitoring his chat. He's forced to deal with every single time somebody, you know, tries to get a rise at him. Jim Lee doesn't put himself through that. McFarlane doesn't put himself through that. And certainly I don't think anybody else who came up in image with those guys ever put themselves out in the front the way Liefeld does. So Liefeld is forced to actually become that guy and that personality and stand on the hill and say, listen, you know, I'll deal with you directly. If you're going to say something at me, I'm going to read the comment. If you look at all of his other social medias on Threads, he deals with everybody on every topic. You can be talking basketball. You can say something stupid about the Lakers, and that motherfucker finds time to read that and respond to it. So it's very strange. The guy is out there actually one-on-one with everybody.
Yeah,
You know?
I agree with what John's saying, and like I've said it a few times in my live sales, like it's my sale. I'll do what the fuck I want. Like, at the end of the day, it's my room, it's my cell. People can leave,
Right.
they can stay. And now I'm not yelling at anybody or anything like that. It's usually because I'm running a $300 book at $1 or something like that. But at the end of the day, it's his space, it's his thing. If he wants somebody to be there, they can be there. If he doesn't want them to be there, they're not there. I mean, it's not.
Yeah.
How bad can you get on somebody for something like that?
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, there's clearly is a difference between the personalities of Todd, Rob, and Jim, and all the rest of the guys. I'm just saying that Rob actually puts himself right in front of everybody, dealing with you directly. He doesn't do it once in a while. He does it almost every night, and he talks to everybody on every single platform. You know,
No, he's directly talking to people instead of having PR people prep him to talk to a crowd.
Well, whatever, however you want to say it. I'm just
Yeah.
saying it's more of a natural first right out the mouth reaction. He doesn't have anybody in the middle, just deleting you without even saying a comment. I'm sure if somebody shits on Todd while he's live, Todd is not going to actually say anything. He's got people that are looking at the chat like mods, and they're just boom, gone, boom, gone. You know what I mean? Without even saying anything. But Rob will actually tell you, you're fucking out of here, and maybe even respond to your shitty comment. So I'm just saying, you're going to get that type of personality of a guy who actually talks directly to you, when in some cases maybe he should take a step back. And I know he has one guy that helps him, but again, that guy is only like just making sure all his shit is live and working right. You know what I mean? He's not actually communicating with anybody. So
yeah. Well, it can be interesting, to say the least, in these worlds of the comic creators, and Rob is one of those guys. But he does sometimes he should maybe tone it back a little bit in certain situations. But again, it's fucking Rob. And Rye says with a super chat, people who are too young to know shit about shit is like the blind leading the blind. It's what spreads so much of the misinformation out there.
That's a super chat for Adam.
Some shrapnel,
Adam, getting shrapnel here. That's collateral damage.
Right?
Yep.
So very interesting. All right. What else do we have? Let's look at some of this art. Evgeny says, for Rob, any publicity is good publicity. That's okay. It works for him. Whatever's. Yeah. I get that. I understand that. Jason says, no one shits on Rob. He crashed out over nothing. Maybe he needs a PR team. Yes. He doesn't need a PR team necessarily, but I don't know, man. It's kind of hard to tell Rob Liefeld what Rob Liefeld should fucking do. He's Rob fucking Liefeld, man.
He has the most popular comic.
He's got the
podcast,
best.
right?
Yes, totally.
I mean,
and there are people that just like to puff up. And the question to me was
Be right
It was
back.
a silly question that he got hot over. I mean, King Chase asked about Absolute Bat. That's all. And the guy was trying to say hey, I want to see your talents on that. And Rob just blew up. And we're here talking about it, a week after the fact too. This is kind of so, as whoever was just saying about the PR team. I mean, Rob doesn't care. He's not addressing it again. As John said, he's talking to the people direct. He blocked the one guy. His show kept going. It's not like he's like, I'm leaving whatnot. He was on yesterday. So it's, he's still Rob Liefeld at the end of the day. If you choose to engage with that, go right ahead.
Do you think do you think he's just really getting more ready for retirement? In a sense?
No, I don't know.
And I only asked that because he's already stated that he wouldn't he's not gonna be writing any more Marvel comics anymore, right? So
it's not just you,
he's
James.
but he's concentrating around on indie comics. So is this his way to kind of stay in the spotlight is what I'm really asking, by being more of an online personality.
Did we lose Hood? Yep.
Yeah. And then I think James and John lost audio.
James and John, you there? John? James?
Yeah, I think they lost audio.
I think, it looks like they switched to a different camera, both of them. I don't know what happened.
That's odd.
Let me kick them. I'm going to kick them and they can come back. So let's bring John in. I hate that Rob consistently has to defend himself and gets worked up over little things. Yes. Yes. I agree with that. It sucks that he gets a little angry over stuff he shouldn't, but he's Rob fucking Liefeld, man. And that's why we love him. That he does this stuff, and he can do this stuff. The reason why I really love Rob is his love for comics. I mean, on top of all of the stuff from my nostalgia, my childhood, he can say whatever the fuck he wants. That's one of the things why I love Rob. Like, would you rather have the Rob we have now, or the Rob that doesn't say anything and you don't hear from him other than when he goes in live sales and he just puts up books? You know, I like the Rob we got. You know, there's a couple things that he could change, and you know, but he's Rob fucking Liefeld, man.
Right.
Yeah, but and also remember, he's not doing anything or saying anything so fucked up that you're saying like I'm completely done with him. If anything, he's actually attracting a bigger audience because some people actually want to tune into shit like that. It's like the people, remember they used to say about Howard Stern that a higher percentage of
see what he would just say.
yeah, a percentage of people a higher percentage of people that disliked him tuned in because they just wanted to hear what he was going to say so they can talk shit about it. So there are people that'll tune in just to wait for the burnout. It's almost like guys who don't give a shit about hockey, but they'll watch because they're waiting for the fight.
Yeah, or NASCAR for the car wreck.
Yeah. But the thing is, you really don't have to watch. You don't have to go to, I mean, what are you doing on his whatnot? If you don't like him, you're obviously there to either catch that. You're not there to support him by buying a book. So if you don't like him and you hate him, then you shouldn't even be there, you know? And so it's a choice you can make, you know, you don't have to. You can go to other live streamers. There are plenty of other comic artists and creators and writers that are doing live shows, you know, that you can go and buy their book or sit there and listen to them talk all day.
You know, and giving credit where credit's due. John, you and I were just at a con with him 2 weeks ago. Like, he was super friendly. He signed a bunch of books for you for charity for free. He talked to me. He took a photo with my wife for free where he was charging $40. Like, he's got moments. Like, I'm not, you know,
Me
it's
and
who
Kev
he
were
is.
there, and he was legit talking to every single person. That it doesn't matter what walk of life you came from or what your question was or how ridiculous the item. There was a guy who brought a fucking head for him to sign, a Deadpool head. And again, that's cool, you know, to some. To me, I from far away, I was laughing my ass off. But he sat there, he took a picture of it, he signed it, and he interacted with everybody. He gave everybody time, and he was a real gentleman to everybody. I did not hear one person say after 3.5 hours being online saying, "Boy, that was fucked." You know, like I just spent, you know, whatever amount of money to get shit signed and wait that long to only get like, you know, shitty response from him. Everybody walked away saying it was great. It was a great day. So. And I'm telling you, it was a rough day that day. Kev can tell you, it was fucking humid as fuck. Half the line had to wait outside in the humidity before they can let them in because the venue was small. And inside, whatever cool air they had running, that shit disappeared very quickly. Yeah, I drank like fucking 6 bottles of Gatorade just to stay alive, man. There was a guy behind me that I thought was gonna faint, you know. But everybody enjoyed themselves, and the guy was a real pleasure to talk to, you know. So.
And you know what? We're seeing a clip of a minute thing where he blocks somebody and has a moment. You don't know what the guy's day was like. So, like, you got to give the guy a little credit. He's still Rob Liefeld. And, and I'm with you, Bri. Like, his history to me in comics, it's what I grew up on. Like, I love those books, you know. While everyone's saying who's reading Youngblood now, I am, because I'm nostalgic for it. I don't think it's a great story. I don't think Bad Rock 1 is awesome. It's fine. Like, if anything, it's the Today Show story right now because somebody stole Bad Rock's mom, and like, you know, but it's fine. But he's got that moment.
Kev, we grew up in an era where I can legit fucking remember the first time another guy showed me for the first time Spawn #1. Like, and I said, "What is that?" And he goes, "It's a new company. It's a new character. It's Todd McFarlane." When I said, "Oh, Todd McFarlane," I said, "Didn't he do this and that?" And then when you looked at it, you were like, "Oh, I got to get that, man!" And right away, they re-energized a time during the hobby when we just basically just had enough of whatever the fuck Marvel and DC was doing.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
and they helped us get through that 90s, that mid 90s, man, you know, or you know, so they'll never, the younger guys doing these videos are never going to understand what that meant to us back then. You know, there's no video out there explaining to them, you know, they can't Google that, how fucking
Right.
exciting that was to first pick up Youngblood or you know, Wetworks, you know, Pit,
Yeah.
you know, fucking Pit, man.
To have a subscription to those, to talk to your parents and be
yeah.
like, hey, can you please give me a subscription to these type deal, you know, like that's the other thing. So you know, like
and
it's
those guys and those guys were legit really fucking cool back then. Like they were rock stars, man. You had Rob Liefeld doing fucking, what was that, Levi's commercials? Spike
Levi's-
Lee, you know,
Levi's.
Spike Lee said that he wanted to do the commercial. He wanted Rob Liefeld, you know, you know, Spike Lee put that together. That's how cool he was back then. The guys like Spike Lee was reaching out to Liefeld like, we got to do this, man.
Rob Liefeld was the first person to go on the Dennis Miller show back
On a talk show, yeah.
yeah.
So.
Do you guys
was pretty
remember?
cool, too.
Do you guys remember the whole Dan Quintana issue with where he was being called out by somebody for treating a veteran wrong? You guys remember that?
I've heard this.
So funny enough, that night when we talked about it, somebody DM'd me a whole bunch of receipts from Dan about the initial conversation, the Elijah Main situation. I don't know if you've seen them. And then I messaged Dan after the fact because Dan and I have gotten close since that thing, and we talked. And I told him we talked about him. I sent him the show where we had his back on it, and I was like, "Look, if you ever want to come on," he said,
I want your
back. He's a good
opinion.
dude.
Then I want your opinion on some of this stuff. I'm going to break down the timeline real quick. So. Basically, a collector becomes interested in Quintana's Absolute Batman work as the market's starting to explode. He repeatedly asks Quintana for a specific remark, a specific commission. And according to Quintana, he never accepted the commission. He never accepted that whatever this guy asked for. The requests continue for roughly 3 months. And the collector believes that a highly desirable book resembling what he requested later appeared in that Whatnot sale, which was that book you remember with the Absolute Wonder Woman, the Absolute Batman. That was the book we're talking about, and that was one of the things that he did. Quintana says that's incorrect, and he says that the Whatnot book was his personal copy with a different remark. The relationship with the collector deteriorates, and the collector announces that he's done supporting Quintana and intends to sell all Quintana's collection. Now, the collector nevertheless started offering in that Whatnot sale as much as $6,000 for that book, right? Even after he put out all this stuff. And Quintana interpreted that as evidence that the dispute is tied heavily to scarcity and value rather than simply appreciation of the artwork. Quintana's response and comments to the collector create a secondary controversy, basically whether his treatment of the collector was appropriate, and regardless of the underlying commission dispute, there was this other thing that was going on. So my question to you guys, if Dan never accepted the commission, does the collector have a legitimate complaint that Dan didn't make the book for him? And even if the answer is no, did Dan handle the situation badly enough afterward that the criticism is still justified? Anyone?
Well, the stuff that I had seen and heard about it was basically this collector sent a bunch of books to Dan. It wasn't clear how they got to him, whether it was through Heavy Mental, whether it was through whatever, basically with money in the back of the board, with Post-it notes, with phrases that they wanted written, signed in this thing with basically breaking it all down with nothing agreed upon. Just sent it off thinking, like back in the day when you used to send your letter to Dan Marino and hope he would send you back a signed photo, through the mail. And that was exactly what this guy was doing. And my understanding was Dan never agreed to any of this. And now he's got all these guys' books and he's like, hey, I'm not doing this. First off, the money wasn't agreed upon. Second off, whatever the guy was offering was not even close to what Dan would get for something like this. And so they returned everything back, my understanding, without doing it. And that's why this guy got upset, who then just happened to be a veteran, which then prompted this other gentleman, Vaulted Valor, to get into the mix. And so again, I'm not looking to speak for Dan. And like I said, I spoke to Dan on the side about it, and he was very upfront. He appreciated us, talking about it and not jumping to conclusions. But like any deal, if there's nothing agreed upon and people just send stuff out hoping that somebody's going to do something, then I don't know.
I wish Joe was still here to hear that part of the conversation, just because, like, I mean, he's vented to us before that, like, people will just randomly send him like comics for pressing, like, all the time, like, without like sending communication or like some sort of verbal like agreement on like, hey, this is how much I charge, blah blah blah. Like, like he has his checkpoints before he takes on the job,
Right.
and it's just people like sending him random stuff because they've they've talked to him before in the past or whatever it is. So it's a weird, like, it's like one of those weird things where it's like kind of like there is like if you can believe it or not, there are boundaries between like interacting with people, and especially if it's dealing with some sort of commodity or artwork at this point. So.
Well, what was interesting is, if you guys remember when the whole heavy mental stuff first happened with that Absolute Batman, what was it, 20? That went crazy. And all the shit show happened, and where we first started talking about Quintana and Drama Alert. He was talking about how he was bragging how retailers contacted him and said, you can't put a price on your stuff. It's just so crazy expensive. And he was like kind of gloating in it. Right. Well, now Dan is criticizing someone who seemed focused on the monetary value rather than the collecting value. Right. In this situation, because Dan kind of said, like, this guy seemed like he was just doing it because the hype was there. Well,
right.
Dan, you were very like heavy into that to begin with, and now you're kind of mad that is causing some problems. I don't think Dan should be looked down upon at all about the situation, veteran wise. Like, that's ridiculous. But if there's anything to take out of this, like, Dan was very into the fact that people were going crazy for his book monetarily wise, right? And that you can't put a value on this high quality artwork type deal. But his artwork exists in a marketplace where his books have been promoted, auctioned, and sold for large amounts, right? Like, that's not hypothetical. The public listings show Quintana Absolute Batman books being offered for 4 figures, while earlier signed remarks and signed examples could be listed much lower. But, that's like, can an artist participate in and benefit from a hype-driven collectible market and then criticize collectors for being motivated by that same market? Right? I mean, that's...
Oh, yeah.
If that market is what you are talking about, you're already benefiting from it, and then you're starting to criticize people for being into that market and not caring about the love for comics. You know what I mean? That's one of the things that's...
Yeah, I mean, people will have to understand, though, too, like, once you get to that certain level of collectability, right, you're going to attract people that aren't necessarily fans, but just see the monetary value.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there are people that are buying his work for high prices just because they have the income to spend on it and probably don't even give a shit about what it looks like or what he's creating. They just have the money to buy it. And because of that, it makes the market, it's a volatile market, but Dan is the hottest guy going right now.
Yeah.
Like, if you can get a SIG from him, like, it automatically increases the value of any book. It doesn't really matter the book. It could be, Ninja Funk. If you got a signed Quintana Ninja Funk, like, that's a $3 book, but you put a SIG on it, next thing it's going for $100 on the bit. Like, so he knows that. And it's one of those things where it's like, cool, you see him at a con, get signed, follow the rules. But to me, the problem becomes, if you're just going to mail stuff to the guy and expect him to write these phrases and draw this remark, and I want this color without any kind of agreement, yeah, you're going to probably not get what you want and get your shit returned to you unsigned. And then you can't call the guy out for it. You know, that's just how I look at it. You gotta kind of play the game on both sides, even on Dan's side.
The problem is we can't verify any of this stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
There's what Dan alleges, there's what Elijah Main alleges, and we even with like Dan should have come. In my opinion, I feel like there's two things Dan could do: not say anything, which he's doing, or come out and say, "Hey, this is what happened." And I feel like in this situation, just because, you know, there is no context behind it and people could take it as a really weird way. When you start throwing in the Dan doesn't care about veterans type, you know, rhetoric, like that's the type of thing that you want to fucking say, nope, we're not going to let that happen. You know, so it would be nice if he would have came out and said something, you know, like, but you know, and the problem with that, there's already public context that's being formed around his variants becoming like unusually expensive. You know, it's crazy what some of those books will sell for, and you know, I don't know, man.
But also by using that label, is that trying to also kind of like validate his complaint, like in a sense? Like I don't want to say use it as an excuse, but like kind of validate it to the point where no matter what, because it has that label to it, people are going to keep on continually talking about this like certain topic.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the guy, I guess, sold his entire collection, right? Did the guy sell his collection and all those books?
He said he was going to, but I saw him post one of his remarks that he bought the other day, and somebody even said to him, "I thought you were selling everything," and he's like, "I am." Like you know,
but I couldn't pass up on this.
Right, couldn't pass up on this one. You know.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure where he ended in that whole situation.
And of course, for those of you guys that don't know, like this is the remark. Let me go ahead and show you the remark that everybody's kind of going crazy for, or that this is all about. Like this is, here we go. Let's do this. All right, here's the remark that is causing all this. Right there. Now, here's the other thing. Dan says he didn't accept the commission, like nothing. And this Elijah Main guy, there should be some type of like Dan or Elijah should put out, depending on, you know, what, like if I was Elijah and I felt that Dan's in the wrong, I'm going to put out the thing that's Dan saying he accepts the commission. Same with if I'm Dan. If Dan says the commission was never accepted and he never agreed to it, I'd put out the show the comments where the guy reached out to you and you said, and either you said nothing or you said, no, sorry, man, I'm too busy right now. Like that's all you have to do.
I also have a question about not the like remark and all that, but the physical book itself. Like who owns that book? Like is that part of that guy's like of things that he sent in? Or
yeah, because supposedly the guy sent the book anyways, right?
Right. So this book is supposedly Dan's personal remark that he did. The guy sent his own Batman 16 with a post-it that said, "I want the most badass Wonder Woman Batman remark ever," and then sign it underneath badass blah blah blah. And that's where the confusion came. The guy was like, "That's my book," and he's like, and apparently this is Dan's personal copy. It wasn't supposed to be sold, and that's where the confusion started. While the guy had sent a 16 of his own, looking for something just like this. And
see, that all sounds fishy. So is what Dan's saying that happened is during the Whatnot sale, Dan brought this book to the Whatnot sale, and they weren't supposed to sell it, but they put it up and sold it
and then
anyways.
Heavy Mental ran it without.
Then why bring it?
It being sold.
Why bring it to the Whatnot sale? Like that sounds a little weird at that point, right? It's very weird. But here's the other thing. You know, Dan, for Dan's point of view and artists and creators' point of view, like this is something that happens probably all the time with artists and that take commissions and stuff. Like if so, Dan should talk more about this because this could help other creators in his position. man, I would love to hear from other artists, you know, that deal with commissions, what their thoughts are on this and how they handle commissions and how they handle situations like this if they've ever been in one, because that's something that you know, they should, like other creators, and it will help other creators and artists in this world where autographs, commissions, remarks, sketches are so valuable, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, man,
Well,
this is
it just seems you were with me when we met Dan in MegaCon, and we talked to him for a bit, and he was actually a really nice guy with us, you know. And the people that were running his table at the show, despite the fact that Dan showed up 2 hours late, they seemed to manage, you know, either the line or people that gave books, making sure they still get signed. You know, like they seem to handle that without a problem, because we didn't hear about any problems beyond MegaCon about his appearance there. So do you think that it just seems maybe that when he's collaborating with certain sellers that he's having these problems because they're mishandling, you know, his
versus
his popularity, you know what I mean? And
During the
maybe
Comic Social
maybe
team,
trying to maybe taking on too much as far as commissions or
yeah, bro,
signatures
that's
or,
exactly it, John.
you know,
Artist becomes hot, work suddenly becomes extremely valuable.
Right.
Speculators and collectors swarm, demands for a remark go up. Artists can't possibly satisfy everybody, and people become angry when remarks can't be fulfilled or requests can't be fulfilled. Like that is that's a major thing.
But it is also like somewhat a responsibility of the retailer that's taking on that challenge too as well.
Part of it, but it sounds like that this is that I know Heavy Mental's involved, but they're not taking the requests for remarks.
Right. True.
You know,
the problem
I mean,
is that this is the second time you're hearing a situation that escalated from the same through the same seller. You know what I mean? Not that it's Heavy Mental's fault, because I don't think he's.
Well, let's be honest, dude. How many times does a retailer's name, you know, pop up in a drama alert segment before you start saying that retailer's got some, or that artist or that creator? There's where there's smoke, there's fire, and if it keeps on happening, and we'll get into that even more in a second here, but you know, I don't know, dude. It's very interesting to say the least. Ladies and gentlemen, Big Leg live from Chicago joins us during Drama Alert, dude.
There he is.
Drama Alert.
What's up? You made it here on a Saturday.
For drama, Chicago.
AirPods. So can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All the audio. Okay.
See, everybody was supposed to say we don't hear you.
Well, Leg, are you down to hang out for a little bit through Drama Alert?
Yeah,
You down to chill? Okay, so this is.
Oh yeah, no, I'm hanging out, dude. I'm in the hotel room.
This is
I was just with Josh Blaylock, Tim. So just happened to see him at Fogo, dude. This is the new married 47-year-old Leg. They invited me out in Chicago, and I was like, dude, I won't make it back to the hotel. I'm gonna go back and hang out with my boys. So here we are. Anyway, go ahead with the Drama Alert. Love you guys.
Oh, Jay.
So I gotta find this. I think
he wanted to see that Griffey I picked up.
I think this is here. Okay, let me see if I can find this.
Can I ask Sean a quick question? Has Katie taken on a new profile name like Mrs. Leg, or like Kev has like Kev has Mrs. Music Pub?
Miss Music Pub, right?
Do you have Mrs. Big
It's Leg Lover.
Leg Lover, right?
Yeah. That's why I couldn't get Leg Lover, because she had it. I was trying to get it. Now it's gone.
Okay.
Shout out to Rye with the super chat. He says, "Big Leg, big."
What up, Rye? How you doing, man?
Okay, so Leg, I'm glad you're kind of here from this one. I want to make sure I tread carefully on this, because I don't want to. Anyways, I'm just going to get into it. So. You know, we were just talking about commissions and remarks and such, and something interesting that's kind of happened that I've been keeping my eye on lately, and nobody's really talked about it. I'm going to talk about it, and that's what if you're a creator, let's say a big book comes out. Let's say, what's a big book that just came out? Like Graveyard Shift, okay? We'll talk about Graveyard Shifts on FOC. Make sure you guys check it out. I think maybe FOC was last week. Let's say Spawn 77. Spawn 77's
went heavy.
Yeah.
Come to me for one bags, dude. It's
Spawn
Marvel.
77's on Spawn 77's on FOC. And say somebody saw that beautiful Spawn cover where Todd did inks over Mark's stuff. And somebody reached out to Dan Quintana and said, hey, I want to get a commission from you. I want you to homage this cover in the most badass way. And that's the commission. And that's a really weird thing, especially on a hot new cover. Now, this is what exactly has happened. This is like Rudy. This is Rudy Ayo was reached out to and asked to homage or commission on a commission. He was asked to homage the Joe Benitez Batman, Absolute Batman number 22 variant. Now, on the left is the Absolute Batman 22 by Benitez. On the right is the commission by Rudy Ayo. I put them on top of each other and changed the opacity, and they are exact, you guys. I mean, just look at this. You can look slowly. I'm removing the opacity on it in the middle, and it is obvious that there was very little changes made. It almost looks like he put it over a light board. He made a couple of lines on her face to the two lines on her forehead. What?
Or were they trying? I think I saw when this dropped. Were they trying to say this is a painting?
It is a painting. It is a painting by Rudy, and that's the thing that listen. I'm opening up this to the world and trying to get conversation on how we feel on things like this. It is a painting. Rudy is a great painter. But is he just throwing up a light box and the image and painting right over it? He's not doing like his own design on it. He's not really changing everything. I mean, the armory on her that she has underneath her hoodie is the same. The spikes on Absolute Batman are all the exact same. I mean, it is literally like one for one. And we've talked about homaging stuff in the past on like, I love homages. We all love homages. But there's a difference between an homage and copying. And even though Rudy Ayo is an amazing artist, he's an amazing painter. We can see
it. Him Rudy AI.
A lot of people have. Yes, a lot of people have.
I've heard. Think about the guy. I'm not attacking you personally. I'm telling you, when I saw like a lot of the different things, especially because a lot of it was it not Tidal Wave, or was it just by
Fame?
Capturing
Yeah.
and selling Tidal Wave or Fame at the same time? Like, so a lot of it was like the stuff last year from Dallas and things like that. And people like, do you have Rudy Ayo? And then people would say Rudy I. And this is not me trying to defame a man or something like that. I'm talking about what the industry was saying in the background about things.
Well, we have friends that
made, but I don't remember seeing like a copy like this.
Well, yeah. Well, remember he did the Alex Ross one where he did the crypto. Remember the crypto where it was exactly the same. They just flipped it. That was him too. Yes. Now here's the problem with this. We have friends that have worked with Rudy Ayo in the past, and that he sent paintings to, and they have original art by him. So my thing is like twofold. One, if you're a creator and you're asked to commission something, you're asked to homage something for a commission, there's this weird fine line you have to walk. And then the other part of this is, like, he's a good enough artist, I feel, to where he doesn't have to do this stuff. His paintings, you have to be a good painter. Even to copy something, you have to be a good artist and a good painter. It's not that easy. But if you're a good enough artist to paint that well, come up with your own stuff, man. Don't immediately. Now, here's the other thing. What if the person that commissioned it, from what I'm hearing, the way it happened is the person that commissioned it said, I love this cover. Can you create your version of it? Now, I don't know if that's true. Maybe Rudy needs to come out, or the other artist needs to come out, or the person who commissioned it needs to come out and say. But, as a artist, when somebody says, hey, I want you to do this, even if they ask you, hey, I want you to copy this, would you do it? If you were an artist?
I honestly, like, to me, I wonder what do we know about this guy though? Like, I think because this is apparently a thing where he just flips the cape in the clouds with the dog, or where he legitimately, this is a copy. Like, what do we know about him? I think is a more important question than would you do it? Because I would think the answer would be no. On a 3-week-old cover, like, like a one-off piece for somebody, I guess that's fine. Like, if you just paid somebody to have it in your house, that's fine because it's just yours. It's bullshit.
I think he released it.
Maybe reach out to Joe Benitez and see what he would charge. Right? Yeah. You know what I mean? Instead of Rudy.
Right, but was it not also the point that Rudy had this ready 2 days after this image was released of Joe Benitez?
There's a lot. I would like. I just don't know that much.
Is that accurate?
Except the derogatory things about him.
Say that again, Yi.
So wasn't Rudy's image released? It's like 2 days after Joe Benitez released the image.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Like
I think it was that close. I think it was.
It was after San Diego, but it was within a week.
It was after San Diego, but it was like, yeah, it was like a very.
Well, we talked about it at least a month before San Diego, so
yeah. Because Snyder linked it at that show too, where he did the stream before it was even official. Like, he had it, so like people had seen it beforehand. But like, when you look at Rudy's, aside from the jacket being longer and some of Batman's spikes on the left arm being like not there, and the shoes being different, it's pretty much.
It's exact.
You would almost think he traced it. Like,
yes, and that's what I mean about a light box.
Yeah.
A light box, they basically can project the image onto a canvas and just copy it.
Right.
So.
Oh yeah, where you like trace the outlines exactly to whatever proportion you do the painting at. Yeah.
Dude,
it's pretty common in art.
It's not even a trace. It looks like he took the exact art and just put a filter over it or something, and
it doesn't
there's
look
really
like
there is no different. Like Brian is saying that he put it through a thing with there's no difference at all with pencil lining or anything.
It's a painting, but it's a painting. It's not digital.
You did a layer of something over it. That's all.
No.
We've
can't.
Seen that it's a painting, Brian. Like, we've seen close up of like texture or something like that.
I haven't seen that, but we're hearing it's a painting, and we've seen him painting in the past, and so it's not digital. It's actual, like he actually painted it, but in doing so, he would have had to light box it in order to copy it exactly, and it matches exactly.
Where's he live?
He lives, I think, in like Indonesia or something like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So you can definitely trust it.
Their tracing laws may be different.
He's a tracer.
See out there to use the sun. And
I love you guys. Have a great day.
Oh my God.
This is just, it's very, very.
Later, Adam.
Yeah, it's very interesting, dude, to say the least. So, I haven't seen anybody talk about it yet. We've talked about Rudy in the past. He's had that Rudy AI name for a long time, but at the same time, he's good enough painter to actually paint stuff. Whether, like, even if you're light boxing, you have to be a good painter to light box something that well. Layering colors and drawing, like, it's not like you're just drawing it. You're layering colors and blending and doing this stuff. That
how close up will work have we seen though? I literally don't know because I haven't.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Like, I mean, is there like?
Is there a video of him painting it?
Is there?
Dude, if I took a picture of the wall right here, you could see the texture on the shitty paint on my hotel wall. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, can I see a picture of a?
Yeah, I don't know if there's any that where we can see.
To open up the Quintana painting that he bought and you see out for the first time, you can see it's a painting. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I'm wondering if we can see that it's like, here's a picture of the framed artwork or unframed. It doesn't matter. But
Yeah.
Instead of like a digital.
Well, I
image
do
of-
know that we have friends that have been sent painted pieces by him, and they framed it. And like, I've talked to those good friends and said, hey bro, like, just a heads up, I think that there's some stuff going on with this guy. And they say, well, he sent me paintings he's done, and it's an actual painting and this and that. You could see the textured, but not for this one leg. So that's another thing. Like, even if we saw him painting it, would the lightbox effect be on there? I don't know. Would it just show him adding the finishing touches? Like, you got to be careful with some of the stuff. A lot of these guys who, I think we were talking about somebody the other day when we were showing it, and he was just painting on the highlights, and that's it. And that was his video showing that he had made this image. So, I don't know, man.
What if I had one of those canvas things? You know, you can get like a photograph. Print on I got them. You know, just get married. I got gifted these, you know, awesome canvas things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Can we not like put a little paint on there?
Yeah, camera obscura.
Like a layer of paint on top of it. I needed to see you guys.
Shout out to Mike Choi. Mike Choi would know this one. A camera obscura. Yi, do you know what a camera obscura is? A camera obscura was the original version of lightboxing, and Da Vinci used it. A lot of great older artists used it, and it was like a prism that they would put the image in front of and let the sun's light go through the prism, and it would put the image on a wall so you could just paint over it like a lightbox. And a lot of people think that a camera obscura was used in even famous things like the Shroud of Turin, you know, like crazy things. And maybe, you know, was Da Vinci and a bunch of artists used a camera obscura back in the day that they had in the 1500s, which people don't realize that they had. So anyways, this is just a very interesting.
Those like giant murals.
Well, we
yeah,
might think
and stuff
that
like
people
that.
play by our rules or something too, or the rules that we make up. So like, if he literally no one knows him, and he hasn't been either. He could have been. I'm not saying this, but as far as I know, hasn't had appearances out there, like you said, wherever he lives, something like that. Man, if you have like a job like this and you're actually good at doing this, however you do it, whether or not it's a light box or whatever way you do it. I'm not the best at describing the art terms for that. And being able to copy that into painting, and like some dude you've done that for before, and like someone goes, "Hey man, would you do this for me wherever you live for $500?" And that's the equivalent of like,
and you need to pay a light bill. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but like, you know what I mean? It could be like an equivalent of a lot of money, and the dude is not watching Beyond Wednesday, doesn't give a shit about Instagram, and only knows that he does art. He can do that for you for $500, $5,000, $50,000, probably not $50,000, but like whatever it could be. Like, he's not paying. Who's to say he's paying any attention to us or the rest of the world?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's wrong when he could just do recreations. You know, I'm just, you know, there's a whole different world of different ways, I guess, to look at it. We don't
totally.
think it's cool,
yeah,
but
no, you're totally right, bro.
Yeah,
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, we'll see how that, you know, that whole thing plays out. You know, but just it's very interesting to say the least. You know, is it something that we want to see happen? Like, you know, I know Joe Benitez was kind of actually. I think I saw something where Joe commented on when Rudy put that on his IG, and Joe was stoked about it. But I don't know. Would Joe be stoked if he knew he was light boxing his stuff? You know what I mean?
if it's legit, Joe would be stoked. That's all I can say. We're just questioning
how legit.
I mean,
yeah,
you could. I mean, it could also be one of those situations too that, you know, CE's generally just excited that someone's looking up to his art style, you know, to recreate something like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Just being like a old
Yeah.
school artist that, you know, over time, like, you know, and it's like kind of like, you know, you're putting out work again, and then people are excited for your stuff again. You know, it's almost like revitalizing your like kind of career and why you chose this path.
78 points of articulation says Rudy is out here in Indonesia and travels Southeast Asia attending cons. He's done well with commissions for collectors and often turns up in group photos with some big spenders. Haven't heard any controversy here. By the way, 70 points of articulation is an amazing photographer and action figure guy. Like, make sure you're following him. 78 points of articulation on IG. Amazing content creator.
And that's honestly that's as good of information from across the world that we could ever possibly imagine as our boy 70. I've known him online, but for years. So like I would take his interpretation better than honestly any of ours or anybody else's. So yeah.
All right. Next thing is we talked about comic book awards in the industry show and a little bit in Drama Alert with like the Ringos and the comic book community awards, the Eisners over the years. Well, I talked big about the comic book community awards in the last industry show, and like how things are voted on and how some of these awards shows things and award ceremony awards, the Ringos, the Eisners, whatever they do in Baltimore, whatever they do in New York, all that type of stuff. It feels a little fugazi sometimes, especially the comic book community awards. Feels a little fugazi sometimes, to say the least. But Brian LCS, who runs the comic book community awards, reached out to me on IG, and I'm going to read his statement to me when I talked about the community awards last week on the industry show. He reached out to me, and I'm going to read his post. He said, Brian, I wanted to follow up regarding the CBC awards you mentioned. I'm the creator and manager of the awards, and I would like to provide some clarity on the process. The awards consist of 2 phases, a nomination period and finalist voting. All voting is conducted by the community, which is why the nomination list can be quite lengthy. It's open to all. The creators and channels that receive the most nominations become one of the 5 finalists in each category. While I do have sponsors to help fund the awards, they do not fully cover the expenses for the awards, the website, or the time dedicated to organizing the event. And I understand that. There's a lot of time and effort putting into creating a YouTube channel and that type of stuff. I couldn't imagine, adding that to not only a YouTube channel, but to, creating a awards group or something along those matters, those lines. He says, while I do have sponsors to help fund the awards, yada, yada, they do not fully cover. I am more than happy to answer any questions you may have about the awards. I understand that they may not be for everyone, but the goal is to continue growing them each year. This year, Beyond Wednesdays received many nominations, and we will announce the finalists on Friday, October 21st. I hope this clarifies some of the questions. I would love to have you on, Brian, maybe one of these nights on some show to kind of break this down. It feels like every year the CBC awards end up happening. There's always some type of drama-related situation going on with them. Of course, that one year was the famous Razor war with the Taco Bell stuff, which was a little bit out of pocket, to say the least. But fuck Razor at this point. We all know the type of person Razor is. So I'm going to give you a little grace on that one. I just think that for the most part, it is a very tough thing to kind of overlook and oversee. And I think there needs to be some changes made on how the whole thing is run. What those changes are, I don't know. But maybe it would be a good piece of content to have Brian LCS on the show to talk about, how the awards are run and the nominations and the voting and stuff. Because it definitely feels a little weird when a lot of the winners are and this is no shade on some of the shows that win or some of the YouTube channels that win, but it feels a little weird when some of those YouTube channels, you're like, whoa, I've never heard of that channel, and I get it. There's so many, especially nowadays. When we started 10 years ago back in Flipside and Unpressable Defects, like there was maybe 3 or 3 to 10 comic book, other than like Comic Books Historian and the big YouTube channels that would like go through the comic books. Other than that, there wasn't any like comic book content creators really out there. So, you know, over the years, it's kind of hard. But when you see, so, you know, if you've been part of this for 10 years plus, and you see some of these channels that are getting nominated, not just nominated, but winning, and you're like, I've never heard of that channel. That's kind of weird. That's kind of interesting. But ultimately, I do think that these type of things are great for the community if run right and done in the right way, and there's big transparency. I feel kind of bad a little bit for Brian LCS because, you know, he's kind of always like been involved in a little bit of the drama world every year this happens, and I don't know if that's quote unquote photobombing or due, you know, it's you know, reality. But anyways, it makes it very interesting, and I appreciate him reaching out and kind of like, you know, giving us a little bit of information. It's a very weird thing to say the least, how drama follows the comic book community awards. And I don't know, is it really weird? I mean, we're a bunch of weirdos to begin with, you know what I mean? We're like...
We're all sitting here on a podcast talking about comic books, like
yeah,
on Saturday night, right?
Well,
Yeah, but
can I give you an
have you also noticed that people? Oh, real quick, have you noticed how like when people do win the awards, they also disappear for a very long time, or just
like
step
what do you
away
mean?
from podcasting in general?
What do you mean?
Like
who?
Reggie Collects, like he's
oh
one
yeah,
of the one.
Reggie
like
Collects, great
Reggie
point.
Collects,
Yeah,
he won he won an award, and then like he doesn't podcast anymore. So I'm just saying, like, is that a coincidence or is it?
Hey, kids, get putting stickers on people's shit.
Yeah.
You don't want his big muscles on your comic? I want his.
Bro, what if I put a big leg sticker on every book I press that got a 9.8?
Oh, that'd be
they would lose
hilarious.
their shit, bro.
Right? Oh, they don't know. I put a pube in every book. Just like
I just got a stack of books. Like I got to go through all the pages again. I missed a few.
So there's a piece of
Better
pube
crack
with
the
every
slab,
book.
dude, to see if I'm telling shit or not.
Dude, I can't wait to get my
Slab,
slabs
just see
back
if
from
there's
you.
leg DNA. There you go.
Oh, I
They're
can't wait to
coming
get my slabs back from you.
They're
then.
coming back. Yeah.
I mean, the thing about any award show though is like, as a guy who works in music and deals with Grammys and all, like, there's always fuckery. There's always silliness. People trading votes, whatever. People win you've never heard of. How many times does somebody win an award and you're like, come on, that person won best rock. Beyonce won a best rock. Like you get into the world of like, come on. And so it's true of anything. It's hard to have them be completely.
Hold on. Beyonce had the best country album that year.
She did, because Jack White played guitar. She was able to get it for best rock. So that happened.
People don't watch. I mean, the people I know, like I don't watch the Oscars.
Mhm.
20 years. Can't remember the last time. I didn't care 20 years ago, but at least I knew what the movies were. Kinda. Like I don't know what's going on. I don't pay attention to that stuff. But you know what? I was thinking about this. Literally getting in the elevator here. So I'm a Chicago fan. Okay. I fly here. I clearly don't have a roommate out here. I do need to, for sure, before I get into something, to give a shout out to Comics Elite, Sean and Dodgeko. Awesome guys, got a booth out here. Shout out to Sean and Ernie. Really helped me out with a ton of things. Ernie helped me out so much. So I know they both watch, and I just want to say thank you, and I'll say thank you again. And
By the way, if you guys go to comicelite.com, use the promo code Beyond10, you'll get 10% off, among other percentages off. Yeah, Sean is a good
even on your
good
bike,
dude.
you get one free.
Yep.
Even on your bike, you get one free. So you're great. So yeah, Sean, I want to hang out with him more, but I haven't got to yet. But like that's life. But shout out to Ernie, man. Have a great time with him. But so I start thinking. So I'm walking around the con today, and I've got some time to kill. This isn't. I got a lot of things I want accomplished already. It's not like San Diego where you never run out of things to accomplish, if that makes sense. Like I had some goals, and there's a 3-day con, and it's whatever. This place is packed. This con is awesome, by the way. It was like walking around I know nobody's gonna think this is great, but it's like walking around San Diego today. It's so packed with people
Really?
today. Oh,
Nice.
yeah. Because some of the expos you go and it's just crazy, man. Where there's either nobody there, there's a lot of people there. The one in Anaheim that I happened to get married that weekend that I couldn't go to, I heard it was just there's not people there. So people trying to do the things like I want to do, or for the artists to get to meet people, it was good. But for the regular vendors, it sucked. This had to have been decent for everybody. But I just start thinking, I walk around and I meet these people with a booth. This is a regular Aloft Marriott, right? It's a regular hotel room. And a booth with twice the size. They're clearly somebody in this area, someone I haven't seen in California at cons and things like that. And I'm just thinking, I'm talking to these guys. I can see 50 long boxes out, right? They got a wall for days and buy books. I talk to them and I go man, we just don't, we're just in such different worlds. For comic books, it's small how we get to know each other. All of our artists are available for us to meet. You can walk up and meet, Greg Capullo, Scott Snyder, whoever the hell you want to meet. Right, everybody's available. There's a few that are going to be difficult. Todd McFarlane, you know what I mean. But there's not very many. 99% of the people that work in our industry are they're approachable. You can meet them. You get to do that. I can't think of another industry that I really know of. That you can do that. You can't do it in sports. You can't do it in music. You can't do it anywhere else. Mm-hmm. But we just don't know each other. So that the way I'm trying to relate that back to the podcast awards is we don't know all these podcasts that we grow, and we know all the people. We know that honestly what Brian has put together is influential on the industry, and you can speak that by just telling people who the guests are. I'm proud to be whenever I'm talking to a guy and I said no, I'd love to do something like that and tell the story. You can legitimately say, J. Scott Campbell and Robert Kirkman were on the other day, right? Literally in the last 2 months, or
Mark Spears, joins us regularly. Suspiria, Sveta.
I was talking,
Rob Liefeld.
Rob Liefeld spent plenty of time talking to Bill McKay and Dan Mendoza today. Both been on the show multiple times, right?
Yep.
Things like that. It's a list like that. So you say
Brian Polito
heard of these shows for whatever reason, man. They might not have heard of Beyond Wednesdays. There's just everybody lives in the comic world, and so even guys who are these big dealers, they don't have any idea who I am. They don't have any idea how much that I do or I don't sell. But sometimes I'll be at a booth, somebody will come up to say and sometimes I don't know if people are going to say hi because of Beyond Wednesdays or Unpressable Defects or because they see eBay. You don't know. We're all so close but so far. So you're only that thing with the click, the same way we're not inside click with the people that are making those podcasts and things like that to vote for. We're not in their clique. So it's you can only sort of know what you're going to know. But I'll say I did a 10. Did we get to 11,000 yet?
It's funny.
This is going well, man.
Well, it's funny.
Right.
It's funny you bring all that up. It's funny you bring all that up, and we're in drama alert. It's weird how comic book or how YouTube content and YouTube views and everything works in YouTube. It's funny because I've had a lot of people recently accuse us of buying subs and all this weird stuff. Listen, there's weird things that happen. We had a video kind of go semi-viral. I've never had a video on this channel get more than 5,000 views, okay? And that's because we go live every week. We're live content. We don't put out short form video content, which is what YouTube likes. We put out live long content. Right. I mean, we're 240 minutes, or we're 2 hours and 40 minutes into this show. No script. It's a long form content.
Wait,
and YouTube does not
read
like
the script
that.
I send?
Yeah.
You don't read my scripts I email every week?
Yeah, so YouTube doesn't like
stop writing, though.
YouTube doesn't like that type of content But every once in a while, something will happen. And we not only do we have like Robert Kirkman, J. Scott Campbell, the loss of Dennis, which brought in a ton of viewers because Dennis is not liked across the comic book world. It brought in a ton of viewers and a ton of more people. But at the same time, we had a YouTube a video go viral. Every once in a while, I'll clip the market reports, which I got to start doing more of, which we do on Wednesday nights usually. I clipped a market report video and it went viral and it got me 14,000 views. It was crazy. And that is a big part of why we like just jumped. And all of a sudden we went from getting like 1,000 views or 1,000 subscribers a month to like, back down to our regular amount of like, 200 a month. And that's how YouTube works sometimes. And I am fully transparent. I talk about the stuff we do over here. We're just trying to build a community over here with like-minded, cool people that we get along with and we have fun with and we get to go hang out at cons. We're getting Sean's at Big Legs at Chicago Fan Expo right now. We're getting ready to start saving money for New York, which is going to be a big deal with Sean. Hopefully you stick around till the end so we can talk about New York. But that being said, there's this weird thing that happens
him next month. I'm seeing Big Leg next month in Dallas.
Yeah, so
he gets to taste that Texas heat.
There's this weird thing that happens.
Oh, dude, it's pouring in Chicago. But yeah.
That being said, I want to talk about this in Drama Alert as well because, we've been talking a lot about Nephi Wars on this channel. I think that they've got a cool product. They've got a great story. I love the Ancient Aliens type Uncanny X-Force feel of their comic. They've jumped into the blind bag stuff and they're getting ready. They sold out their first blind bag. They're getting ready to do blind bag number 2. Now, this is in Drama Alert for a specific reason, but it's a lot of respect for the Nephi Wars crew. Check this out.
Announcement for blind bag number 2. When we got into the kitting process, putting together the bags, we started opening up the boxes and it came to our attention that the comic books were shipped not in the way that we planned them to, which means that if they're not shipped properly and they're not bagged properly and they're not boxed properly, there's damage. And all of the boxes that we opened had small corners that were frayed. That is unacceptable to us. We believe that we are a premier collectible company and we believe you guys are spending top dollar to make sure that you guys get mint condition comic books. So therefore, we've talked to the supplier and they're reprinting everything. Unfortunately, it's going to take about another week for the reprint and getting to us. So therefore, instead of us releasing the comic books next week, we are going to, hopefully, as long as everything goes to plan, ship them the first week of September. And you guys should be getting them either the first week or the second week of September. That is a full month before New York Comic Con. Plenty of time to have a great time and rip it. Again, this is only 5,000 comics that we're doing for this comic book number 2. I can tell you we're pretty much already sold out here and it's going to be an amazing time. The covers are gorgeous. There was no problem with the printing. The covers are absolutely magnificent. We have all the holos. The holos are completely fine and they are in mint condition. So we're just talking about the regular books. And as you guys know, we bag the books before we put them in the blind bags because we want to make sure that we get them to you in mint condition. So we apologize for the slight delay, but just know that our intention is to make sure we deliver the absolute best product to you that we possibly can. Again, slight delay, probably a couple of weeks to make sure that we get you guys the best quality product in the industry. We appreciate your support. We'll talk soon.
So
no way, blind bag books got damaged. Never happened in history. What the fuck, dude?
I respect the shit out of that.
No. I want them to fix their shit. I'm just saying, like, fucking,
yeah,
dude. Like, unless you make your own blind bags, like, we're batting about fucking 150 on good blind bags in the history of like the last 2 years of comics.
Totally, yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like these, again. This is what we've talked about in the past on Drama Alert. These printing companies are having to figure out how to do this. They've never had to. This is a new thing. Blind bags, the amount of books that are being created and printed and then to be put in blind bags with the collation issues and everything like that. This is all new to the comic industry in a major way. And I love how the Nephi Wars crew is being transparent. That's important. Very important. And, you know, I would love to get more printing companies on the show, especially on the industry show, to talk about these changes. You know, I want to get Transcontinental. I want to get the 2 Arizona companies. I know there's a company in Florida as well. I would love to get those guys on to talk about these changes that they've had to, you know, do things for and create new kitting and new machines and new procedures for that they've never had to deal with in the past. You've got Marvel putting out these crazy amounts of blind bags. Mark, an independent comic creator, Mark broke ground in ways that will be talked about in the history of comics in the future, where an independent comic creator broke ground and, you know, selling 360,000 blind bags in a month. Twice. Yes, twice.
I think the second Spears blind bag, like, I don't know the way that they fixed like almost every single issue that happened for the Halloween bags, for the Christmas bags, like had to have been like an undertaking like no other. Like the way that in 2 months, the Christmas bags, the collation was so good. The quality was better of the books when they came out and everything like that. Like and there's 80 or 100 different covers or whatever Mark did. I don't even think anybody wants to try that again. Like what he accomplished with that second round of bags was like, holy shit.
Well,
you know?
if you
like,
also think about what was amazing,
it was absolutely spectacular.
What was also amazing about what he did is he did it with a company that nobody heard of. He didn't do it with Marvel, DC, or Image, or Boom, or IDW. He did it with nobody knew who the hell Keenspot was until he came along. To be honest,
Right. But I mean, but the printer though, you know what I mean? Like,
no, I'm just saying. Like, I'm saying when we were talking about he broke ground, like he just
and they were like,
did all these amazing things.
350,000. We'll do whatever you want, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
even Graveyard Shift, he did over 100,000 blind bag orders on a new title IP. Nobody knows anything about. He said over 100,000. So
wow, that's great. Yeah,
that's
I
still
bought a shit ton.
Yeah, we bought a shit ton too, and it's like,
yeah,
it's great for him, and it's great because you see that, and then, you know, I don't know if you guys saw the Mark Brooks Absolute Batman drop this week, where he had a $25 cardstock version, but you could only get it if you bought $115 in a foil in a trade. He wouldn't let you buy it as a $25 standalone. So it was like the Virgin, or there was 50, the foil was 65, and then if you wanted the cardstock, it was 25, but you would only get it if you bought the other two. You couldn't just buy the $25 book on your own. And it's just like, wow. So like, it's kind of when you see that drop like that, and you're like, no wonder why people are getting fed up and they don't trust it, because now, you know, props to Nephi Wars for going, because if you spend that money and you buy that bag and you get that book, you're gonna go, Jesus, like these are $35 bags or whatever, and it's gonna be shit. Like this guy's charging $140 for 3 books unsigned, and you can't even buy one unless you spend $115 to even get a shot at that, which is just crazy.
Yeah,
I didn't see.
That's too much. And you know what's also too much about that, and this brings me into a great way to segue into our next segment, and that was this. I got to give a big shout out and also kind of a little constructive criticism to our boy MJ James over at MJ Comics. He did a really good interview this last week with one of the biggest dork collectors in the game. But this brings me a good segue into exactly what you're talking about, Kevin. Let's check this out. Here we go.
The single like dork book that you own that probably means like the most to you?
Brett Bean, like I said, he reached out to me very early, like the first week of me posting those reels. He reached out to me. So he said to me, if you manage to get all the variant covers for issue 1, I will send you something special. And that's all.
That's super cool, right? Like that's something that we've seen Mark do in the past, J. Scott Campbell do in the past, like finding their fans, their big fans out there, and like throwing them some extra love. And for Brett Bean to do that is great. There were so many variants for Dork #1; it was unreal, right? And could you imagine having to?
No, there weren't. There were.
What?
No, for Dork 1, there weren't variants.
There was
the reprints were. There was only like, dude, Jesse.
There was the 1 in 25.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
No, but 1 in 50 variants. What I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. I'm talking about exclusive variants.
Yeah, there weren't. No, there were
hold
only
on.
like 2 or 3 first print Dork variants.
Whatever.
All the rest ones were. I'm just saying the rest were subsequent printings.
Yeah,
that's kind of crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bro, we'd be rich if we did a Dork 1 variant.
Here we go.
We said, didn't say what it would be. When I did get the last issue 1.
Look at that. You know what that is? Anybody know what that is? The toughest one he had to find?
I don't know.
That is, you don't know because it's so tough to get, because the person who put it in there, the only way you could get it is by buying into the bottom shelf mystery packs. This is the Ito variant.
Clearly figured it out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this is the problem. I remember the first time I started hearing about bottom shelf comics. It was because of the Mark Spears Monsters variant that they did, where they didn't reach out to Mark. They reached out to Keenspot, and Keenspot gave them a variant, not knowing what was going to happen to this. And it became one of the toughest Mark Spears Monsters variants to get, because the only way you could get it was to buy into these cheesy mystery packs, and you had a chance of getting it. And he would say, oh, it's limited to 50 total copies. We're only putting 50 of them in there. Well, we know you had to buy at least this many amounts, so there's probably a bunch sitting in your fucking garage, as we know. You haven't put out any videos destroying any copies, as far as I know. You know what I mean?
If anybody sells it for less than $10,000, they're #1 shilling, but also they're banned from being part of your club, or you have to pay.
Yeah.
Monthly.
If you get caught selling one of a bottom shelf books for less than the amount that the owner of bottom shelf thinks, he's going to kick you out of the group. You're not allowed to be part of their group if you sell it for anything less than what they say you should sell it for. This is so ridiculous, and this is the problem. Ito, here's a perfect example where Ito, an amazing artist in the comic books world, should be getting love for his art. He's getting hate because, and by the way, for those of you guys who don't know, we're going to talk about FOC here in a second. Ablaze Publishing is bottom shelf comics. And this is the problem with that. You mess up the fan base. So again, back to the story. The first time I ever heard anything about bottom shelf comics was Mark Spears Monsters fans reaching out to Mark and saying, Mark, how do we get this book? Like, we've been trying to find this book forever. And Mark going, I don't know. I've never even heard of that book. Oh, let's find out where it's coming from. Oh, it's come from this place. And then the bottom shelf comics owner reaches out to me and says, you guys are causing people to become mean in the comic collecting world, and you guys are the reason that everybody hates me for Monsters comics. And it's like, what are you talking about? Like, this is very weird. Like,
Monsters people hated you because they fucking knew they couldn't get the book. So all the completionists at the beginning were like fuck off.
Yeah.
You know? I remember first joining the OG Discord, and everybody was like, they didn't really count. John Planton does better than I do, but they were like, they didn't count that book as far as being a completionist.
They're
like, nah, that shit doesn't count.
I actually didn't say we. I joined that group, and I was still kind of new compared to others that had been there way before me. But they already put it on a list of basically blacklisted. Like nobody gave a they wrote it off as who gives a shit, nobody wants it. And I tell you the truth, I used to see it pop up once in a blue moon for sale, and nobody gave a fuck about it in that Discord. So they held their ground on that one. That book, the two books that Bottom Shelf put out, eventually came to me very quietly, because one guy was like, dude, I'll give it to you for like, $100. Just don't tell anybody. And because
that's fair.
He got it like in a blind, one of these, the way you had to get it.
And now you just told everyone.
Yeah, no, but I didn't say the guy's name.
That's okay.
That's the key thing.
Okay,
You can't out the guy. So the guy who gave it to me, he was through eBay, and we talked on the side, and he gave me the whole. He basically told me everything I already knew, but he was just like, dude, we can't, I can't accept your offer as much as I want to. He said, I don't even collect fucking Mark Spears monsters, and I said, well, I do. And and again, I don't get mad with people when they say they don't care about Mark Spears monsters. That's fine. There's plenty of books I don't give a shit about that everybody else worships. But I was like, dude, I want it. So what do we do? And so he was just like, I had to go sideways into basically buy a bullshit book in his thing so he can get my contact info. And then I bought what I was actually looking for straight up $100. But I didn't mind paying the $100 because everybody else was trying to get $400 for it.
Yeah, now you have one. Yeah,
Well,
the
amount of-
man,
The amount of
you just want the book, but at the same time, if you didn't do it, you would be like, I understand why I don't have one. Gotcha.
It's the headache of wanting to be a completionist, saying that
There's no way Mark thinks that cool,
Well, the amount of people that talk to me at San Diego about bottom shelf comics being a problem in the industry was unbelievable. He is ruining the name, in my opinion, of Ito, one of the best comic book cover artists in the game right now, because anybody that does a comic book cover with Ito gets a phone call or a shitty email or a shitty Instagram voice message from the owner of Bottom Shelf Comics saying, who the fuck do you think you are doing these fucking variants? We have Ito for an exclusive. And it's like, bro, you're hurting the reputation of the artist you're banking on. It's just become a very messy situation. And I just thought it was very interesting that in order to get the final book he's been looking for, it's the bottom shelf variant. You know what I mean? That's the book. You know what I mean? He's all right. John's got to come back, so we'll wait for John to come back. So, anyways, let's continue this. Here we go.
He did send me something very special, which was it was a blank sketch. So it's an issue 1, but the blank. So it's just got the trade dress. There you go.
How cool is that? We're in a drama segment, but how cool is it that Brett Bean, said to one of his biggest collectors, hey, we're gonna hook you up if you get all the variants, complete that quest, you're gonna get a special treasure box full of one of the coolest things, which is a Brett Bean sketch cover with an original 1-of-1 sketch on it, and that is super cool. So here we go.
Awesome. And he has done that. So he is sketched, coloured, signed. So that is my most cherished possession, because you can't buy that.
What would you say to Brett?
To be honest, I would have been more than happy for him just to sign it and to meet him, and get that.
But I kind of wanted to do a little bit of something special for you. So I just want you to meet Brett Bean.
No. Oh shit!
How fucking cool is that, bro? He had the number one Brett Bean fan, or one of the biggest Brett Bean fans on. He reached out to Brett Bean, and Brett said, I'm going to jump on with you. MJ, round of applause, standing ovation for you, bro.
Great job.
What a great moment. Absolutely amazing. Here we go.
Hey, Will, how's it going?
Oh, that's crazy.
Isn't that fucking cool? Great job, MJ. making memorable moments. Look at there he is. He's even in the chat.
There he is. He's in
MJ
the chat.
Comics. One of the best content creators for comics on the internet. But I got to give MJ some constructive criticism. MJ, you got to fix the music issue, bro. That music issue. That music issue, bro. No more sad music or any elevator music.
He introduced him in the elevator, dude. Don't give him shit.
Get on Artist.io, man. Pay the $10 a month for Artist.io and find some really cool music because but that's just a joke. We're just giving MJ some shit because he's one of our friends. But
MJ,
he is
that was great, but also Brett, that was great. Like
great job, Brett.
If you guys first off read Dork, okay, and that Brett's going to be doing Dungeon Crawler Carl as well. Like just go with everything Brett's doing, and I've had the opportunity to meet Brett a handful of times. Right, I mean, full conversations and signings and things like that. A spectacular human to root for, someone hilarious, someone that.
By the way, speaking of
takes the art seriously, but not 100% seriously. Like as far as like dude stand up and like the different things and way he's gonna play Dork and the things that he does. Dude, Brett is the man. Root for Brett and just know that Dork is not going away. Dork is here to stay. Yes, #1 sells for a lot. It is not a flash in the pan. Dork is the shit. Yeah, Brian, that was a cool ass book, Brian. I have to say.
Yeah. Hold on. What is that, John? Put that back up. Put that back up.
No.
I gotta see it. What are you talking about?
No,
You can't just
Dork
do that.
remarks. Are they from Brett? Yeah.
No, it's not from Brett.
Oh, okay.
I'm not. This is the guy who did the foil exclusive.
Ryan G. Brown.
RGB.
Ryan G. Brown.
Yeah, dude. That guy's a badass.
Yeah, he did the full color remarks with signature.
That's sick, bro.
Dude, Matthew Waite has a really good variant cover too that I got some from Vegas. But he's here, so
hey,
shout out to Matthew Waite.
When are you guys gonna do this for me with Mark Spears? Like, do a reveal? Like,
what are you talking about? Mark's been on the show. You've already been on the show with Mark. What are you talking
Mark
about?
all the time. What are we gonna do for you?
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, that's the reason that John's even on the show to begin with, because he was a big Mark Spears fan, and we said, hey, we got to introduce you to Mark Spears.
It's true.
But I want
we hadn't even met. This guy was knocking on the door, and I was like, "Coming on, bro. We're doing a live show."
I want the soft music, and I want to be at tears, and then all of a sudden, hey, I got Mark here. Come on,
get out of here!
I'm pretty sure we've already seen that, dude. I'm gonna go on. Hey,
I'm gonna go on MJ show.
When you've talked to Mark before, so I'm not. Really...
MJ, do it for me, please. Bring me on.
Get the fuck out of here!
Now I want to show my dork because everybody else has got dorks.
All right, look at this. Is that a Pete Carroll? Ooh,
that's Pete Carroll dork commission.
Oh my god, bro!
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah,
bro. Pete Carroll, Peter Carroll now, one of the
Pete,
most underrated.
His email too.
Yeah,
I love that one. So,
superiorly underrated. All right,
if you can get a piece from Pete, get it.
One of our final drama alert segments stories tonight is this. We've been, obviously, you see this Pokemon stuff, you think of like all the crazy shit that's going on. I mean, there's still crazy crash outs and fights happening over Pokemon. But this was kind of beyond eye-opening. I'll say it wasn't eye-opening, it was beyond eye-opening. And I would think that, especially now where you can't get cards graded by PSA unless you're paying ridiculous amounts, that's not even worth getting your cards graded for that amount because their bulk is not open anymore and the regular isn't open anymore. You have to pay ridiculous amounts to get something graded, and the turnaround time is like a year. Like, it's ridiculous. So I would think that people would start going to CGC and to, these other grading services. And, because of that, the comps and sales should be closer to PSA than ever because you just can't get stuff graded by PSA. But check this out. Look at these comps. So this is a 2001 Neo Revelation Suicide Hollow. A PSA 10 sold for $60,173 and a CGC 10 sold for $2,850. That's 21 times price gap. Wow. That's nuts. I would be buying these CGC 10s all day, every day.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's where you buy.
Yes.
You know, like we had. I mean, look, it's not all apples and oranges, and I think we should all know that. Like it depends where, when, and how you buy something.
Sweecoon.
And like,
Sweecoon.
you know what
I
mean?
apologize.
Like, we make we've always made the deal or the joke or the comment. When somebody hits me like, hey man, the last one sold for $142, would you come off your $500 price point? I'm like,
no,
I can't help that somebody ran a 24-hour auction that ended on a Tuesday that nobody saw.
Yep.
You should have bought that one.
Yep.
I don't know what to tell you because somebody else had the lowest price of all time. So it's just not apples and oranges with everything. You know what I mean? Like,
well, it gets even worse,
whoever
bro.
paid
even this card.
No, but think
this
about
card
it.
too is
Whoever
eBay. They're doing eBay versus Golden. I don't even think that's a fair fight.
Yeah, but
Like,
whoever paid $60,000 for this, okay? Apparently they have $60,000 freaking dollars to spend on. I don't even know what that is.
right.
Well, it gets even worse.
Okay,
Check
but,
this
like,
out.
They had $60,000 spent on that. Are you going to tell me they wouldn't protect their investment by spending $5,000 on a CGC? They
Look at
apparently
this,
have
bro.
money to burn. We're not about to sell $600 and $50.
2002 Pokemon Expedition Mew Hollow at PSA 10 sold for $297,000. At CGC 10 sold for $8,100. It gets worse. A 1999 Pokemon game Chansey Hollow First Edition PSA 10 $165,000. CGC 10 $7,000.
Man, I lived with the Chansey. Bitch wouldn't get a job.
2002 Pokemon Pikachu Hollow, 72,000 in a PSA 10, CGC 10 2,000. A 2000 Pokemon Neo Genesis Typhlosion Hollow sold for $415,000 in a CGC 10, 10,300. It keeps going. I mean, look at this. This is crazy, dude. 93,000, 2,000, 264,000, 5,000.
So what do you think we're gonna start? Okay, so basically, all this is to me is a lesson to go buy CGC 10.
Yes, yes. Look at this. The Gengar, legendary, 2002 Pokemon Gengar Reverse Foil Legendary, 408,000, 5,000.
Yeah, did they have? I'm on laptop, so I can't see like normal. They have dates down there.
June 15th,
Okay.
2026, and June 9th, 2025. So
It can't be apples and oranges.
yeah. Here's another
Apples
one.
and apples,
I mean, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. This one, 63,000 to 900. June 15th, 2026, 63,000. July 30th, $949. Same
All right, so
year.
take this off the screen. We're all going to revamp backstage and start investing every
gonna
dollar
go to
we
eBay
can
and
in
buy all the
CGC 10 Pokemon, dude.
Everybody's
You know that
buying
we
them
have
right now.
by tomorrow morning, they're all going to be gone. So we're going to end the show. We're all going to pool our wallets, and all the CGC 10s for 1% of the price of PSAs will be bought by us, and we'll sell it back for 50% of value. How about that?
That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we got to get out of drama alert. We've been here for too long. Let's let our boy David Lee Roth air us out.
Can you hear me
You guys
out
can't
there? Hey, man, don't be squirting water at me. I'm gonna fuck your girlfriend, pal.
All right, here we go. We got to get into FOC, you guys. FOC is very interesting this week. There's quite a few books to talk about, to say the least. Did you guys check out anything FOC wise this week?
Well, I mean, I'm not usually here Saturdays, and honestly, I spend my time more on Mondays doing it.
I usually look
But
on Monday.
I'm down.
But Spawn 77 is Monday, so
It's Monday already.
yeah, that's why they
Dude,
did
I
the
just-
retailer call.
You know how many blind bags I just had to order
Can
on
you
Monday?
talk a little bit about that retailer call, Kevin? Because you were in on that. That's very interesting to me.
I was. It was a cool call. They did another book first. I got in late because of a work call, and then Todd came on to talk about Spawn 77, give the history of it. Basically, it was originally supposed to be a 6-book run, and now it's down to 3 because all the books are 54 page, like they're 2.5 size of a normal comic, which is why they're $6.99, I think, cover price. Now, Todd was very friendly. He's very excited. He had great things to say about Mark. He didn't want to give away too much because they were very clear on the whole making sure that they didn't spoil it for anybody, but they did show all the covers. If you didn't see all the covers, Todd has a homage to himself, 300 homage that's got 77s all in the back, and the 1 in 250 is signed by Todd, and then the 1 in 500 is him and Mark signing it. And he said if it goes really well, you know, they'll think about what to do. We were joking, would it be Spawn 78? But they were very specific that they couldn't change the narrative that people know. So there was very select rules of what Spawn 77 could be, which is why he's not supernatural like regular Spawn is. He's his own character in his own universe. He talked a bit about that. They've got big plans for Spawn 400 already, which is where he said if he considered doing a blind bag, it would be for Spawn 400, which is 2 years away at this point. That's how close they are. So it was a great call. I mean, Todd was great. They didn't let him talk very long because he's Todd. They brought up some retailer to talk directly to him about blind bags, but you know, Spawn 77, they've got a lot of high hopes for it, and you know, if it does well, there could be more from it. But right now, it's going to be 3 books, and the FOC is Monday for #1.
Yep, that's a big deal. 2 great FOC weeks in a row for Mark, where he has the Graveyard Shift FOC, and now Spawn 77 is on FOC this week. So that's just
what's cover price on 77? $5.99, $6.99?
I think it's $6.99. They said because it's 54
I'm sure
pages.
it's out there.
Yeah, I think it's $6.99.
Yeah, it's huge, right? Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah.
And I'm hearing the blank is $7.99. It's $1 more or something.
Yes, because they use different paper because somebody
Right.
asked why the blanks are more money.
what is that? Say that again. What about the blanks?
The blank is $1 more because of the material of the
They use
cover.
different paper for them to draw on.
Right.
So the cover C is McFarlane after McFarlane, like he drew over himself. The B is him drawing over Mark's cover.
Yeah,
with
I
the
have those.
change. He talked a bit about doing that, you know, just because he enjoyed doing it last time that he wanted to do it with Mark's, and then Mark has the cover A, and then there's one cover by another person. I can't. Let me see if I can remember the name. The other one is Emma Rios, is the other person who has a cover that's not Mark or Todd.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
He's always been forward thinking about like these artists. Like he had Bjorn out there before anybody.
Bjorn Barons,
you know, doing Spawn. Yeah, like Mark's always been like that. Kaibar, I met him this weekend. He's from France. He's done like Spawn covers last few years. Doesn't have a lot of them out there, but you know, it's funny to cover. A great guy from France, young guy too. Like I mean, young. You know, well, looking around compared to us, but probably in his 30s. And so he's talking about his calls with Todd, just sort of reminiscent about Mark telling us about his first calls with Todd and stuff. You know, he kind of get up there in life, and then all of a sudden he had calls with Todd freaking McFarlane and everything like that. So super cool. So look up the Kaibar covers. That dude, nice French guy.
I love this one. This is the cover C.
Yeah,
I love this
McFarlane on McFarlane. He talked a bit about that.
Yeah, cover C right here. This is the Emma Rios. I'm not too sure about this one. This one's kind of off to me. I can't understand what's going on here. I mean, it's the first cover appearance of the Angel character, right? Or the, but I feel like Mark should have done this cover, to be honest, because his version of her is so much better. But this could be a big spec play. This is the Emma Rios.
There's no spec anymore.
Yeah. This is the blank. This is the F 1 in 25.
I'm not saying don't buy the cover. Buy the cover. She's on the cover, but
this is the 1 in 25 retro logo. This is the 1 in 50, the current logo. This is the 1 in 100. I love that.
I love it. Dude.
1 in 250 signed by Todd. 1 in 500 signed by Todd and Mark. I mean,
he talked about that he has like 6 pages of the original Spawn 77 story he did as a kid that he talked about possibly finishing drawing and maybe putting in the back of one of the later Spawn books for people.
That would be amazing.
The original story.
That would be so cool.
Should do a flip book.
Well, right? I'm gonna let this be known right now. Usually I don't do this, but we're working on a interview right now where we're going to have Todd and Mark on in September. So that'll most likely be a special episode because we're going to have to record it or do it live earlier than we normally do. But that's going to be a lot of fun. So hopefully everybody cross their fingers that we're going to have Todd and Mark on sometime in September. So make sure you guys go to make sure you guys get your FOC.
Absolute dream show.
Oh, beyond a dream show. It would be great to have Todd on here no matter what, but Todd and Mark together and having them talk about Spawn 77.
Yeah, and Mark's
it would be crazy.
Yeah. And Mark is kind of just talked through like his, the process. We've just been aware of his process of Spawn 977. Hey, like I talked to Todd, I might get to do this thing, kind of things like that. To see this all come fruition for him is just like spectacular.
It makes you proud.
Like you can't, like honestly, what Mark's accomplishing and that what he showed. In his Instagram post, which I think the Facebook's the same one. I know John sent it to me today.
Did you guys see Mark's?
But just like that, it's like, bro, it's the same thing. Like with my Todd McFarlane like homage drawing that I won, the art award for it in like 8th grade, and it says like McFarlane King of Comics, right? And like Mark like accomplished a goal that all of us would have dreamed of. It was like drawing Spawn for fucking Todd McFarlane. You know what I mean? So yeah, just what an incredible accomplishment.
Oh, look at that.
So for those of you guys that haven't seen it, this is Mark's recent post on IG.
Yeah, Mace.
Let me go ahead and read this to you. He says, "How do you make a Spawn? In March 2023, I convinced Todd McFarlane to use the original Spawn suit for a miniseries. I'd do the art and Todd would write it. For 1.5 years, I worked on concepts, but nothing worked. Then I thought, why not make him shiny? Then it happened. Spawn 77 was born. He had the look, the wonder, and mystery, but no story just yet. Monsters had recently came out, and I got the courage to ask Todd if he'd let me take a crack at writing and plotting it with him. I hadn't really proven myself yet. It was a big ask. He called and we talked for hours about movies, comics, and Spawn. I remember talking to him in the living room and looking at my wife and saying, I think I'm friends with Todd McFarlane. It was a crazy and awesome moment. I wrote the plot for Spawn 77 over Thanksgiving. It was approved the following week, but this journey began long before that. At 17, my first comic submission was to Todd McFarlane in 1992. I struggled for years to break into comics. Eventually, I thought that dream was dead by 2020. I thought my art career was pretty much over. Then, by some weird twist of fate, I made some monster cards. I found my stride. I started to wonder, maybe I could do a comic cover. I had some interior pencils published by Image in Ultiman in 01, but that was my extent of my comic career. I worked on the licensing side for Marvel and DC, but comics remained a dream out of reach. In 2022, I reached out to the Spawn editor. I had been rejected enough that I was numb to it. But this time, something happened I didn't expect. They gave me my first cover. Actually, they asked for 4. On my first video call with Todd, I showed him my pages I was doing as samples of my interior work. He went through them with me, gave me pointers. Those pages eventually became monsters. Nearly 35 years after I sent a letter to Todd for my first submission, we created a Spawn series together. So, how do you make a Spawn? Never give up. Never listen to the doubters. Never sell yourself short. Never stop dreaming. FOC is Monday. Let's finish this journey together, shall we? What a great post. What a great post. I mean, and then he shows on all the pictures, you guys, like what he was talking about. Here is the Spawn shiny. My first ever Spawn 77 artwork done in 2022. This is what I used to pitch the idea to Todd. And I remember seeing this on Mark's IG back then. Designing the 3D model I would use. Sometimes I don't need it that detailed because I'm painting over the render. But it's great to keep the character consistent. Oftentimes I don't even have but the basic colors on some models just to get the lighting. Here's the Mace character, the Angel character. I was getting close, but the colors were so flat. I thought someone else might need to take over at one point. I couldn't give him the coolness he needed. And he shows Spawn 77. And then he says, I changed the texture to reflecting and then realized it gave me the look I wanted. Once the story was set, I would be ready to start making scenes, render, then paint. I love the concept pose and the Uzi so much that I used it in the version of it in the story. But with the shiny suit, I was having fun putting money falling in the air. Todd was 16 when he created Spawn. I was 17 when I sent him my first samples. It felt like 2 teenagers making this together. Such a fun time. Maybe, if you like it, you can convince Todd to do it again. We need more Spawn 77, Todd.
Well, Todd was open to it. As he said, if people want it, he's going to give the people what they want. So hopefully the orders are good.
It's a new world, man. Like, hopefully people like it. It's primacy and recency. It's a lot of reading. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I hope I feel it. Spawn has been an absolutely wordy title. Like, I bet. All right. I want to bet, but then if you ever read any like Gold or Silver Age comics, there's a lot of fucking words.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if there's been more words per issue than Spawn has like ever had. Right?
The cool thing about
it doesn't mean Spawn 77 has that, but it's a longer thing. I hope people read it. It's an ode to McFarlane's love and childhood, working with like one of the best new creators of the last 2 years. So I really hope that it's a hit and that people
and the cool thing that Todd said too, talking about it, was one, you don't have to know a thing about Spawn to get into Spawn 77. So it's not like you have to have it's a complete standalone. So for a new fan that wants to give it a shot, that might want to buy a 54-page book for $7 and get into a story, you don't have to worry about any of the other parts. There's no violator, like none of that stuff is part of what this is going to be. And he said it's a great jumping off point for new people that might want to check it out. So hopefully people do give it a shot.
You know what I liked for car rides as a kid? Archie Digests.
Mm-hmm.
I read a lot of Archie, Benny Veronica. I would like I could grab them and like we're going long car rides, man. We moved from like Stockton to Southern California as a kid, go back up to see the grandparents and shit. Like, and you know, back then it was a 7-hour drive because there were still lights and shit on 99. And yeah, just or grab the digest, man. I read so much Archie just because it was like a little book, you know, and read more Archies in the car than I did real comic books. I mean, it's a real comic book, but you know what I'm saying.
Yep. All right, here we go. Let's get through some of the more FOC. That's the main book on FOC this week. I love this Amazing Venom #1 homage to the old school. This is Eric Larson homaging, I guess, himself, right? So he didn't put Eric Larson after Eric Larson, but I love this. I'm going to have to check out this new book. This is the Amazing Venom #1. This is the homage variant by Eric Larson. There's a couple covers for this. I like that one. This one's going to be the foil variant. It's kind of interesting. I love the look of this character. This character looks so badass. Ryan Brown variant. This is the Segovia 1 in 25. And then the rest, the Ito hasn't been shown yet, but I imagine that Ito is going to be fire. And I'd love to hear if anybody at Marvel got a shitty call from Bottom Shelf Comments saying, "How are you guys doing an Ito cover? I have him exclusively." But who knows if it happened. All right, moving on. Archie's, speaking of Archie leg, Archie's Halloween Spectacular #1. Look at this cover, bro.
That's cool.
Perfect. My two first Halloween costumes were this style. I was Mickey Mouse my first Halloween and Beast Man my second Halloween. And there were this style that came in like the plastic, you know, the mask and the plastic suit, you know, the bodysuit you wore. So this brings back memories. It's pretty cool. Avengers Armageddon #4. This is the 1 in 25 Ji Hung Lee. Beautiful cover. Really good Black Widow cover. Avengers Armageddon is kind of interesting. They got that new character, that Cap character that kind of turned into the Marvel's version of Superman, which is kind of interesting. But I don't know, man. It's, you know, you guys read it, you tell me what you think. So far, it hasn't been the greatest. But they did do a cool Cars variant on this one. Lightning McQueen is back. A nice little homage there. And I feel like that could be a good cover. This is by Herman Peralta. This is the Pixar 40th anniversary variant. Think about that, you guys. Pixar has been around 40 years. I love this cover right here. This is the Tokon Marvel fighting game variant of what's her name? What's the name of her again? Suri. That's sick.
That's Suri.
Yeah.
That's Suri.
That's a good cover. Next we have a 251 facsimile, and all right, so find this. I have sold a couple of these over the last couple nights. Let me see if I can find it.
DC foils are so flat.
I sold a couple of these over the past couple nights. This is my last one I have that I'm keeping. This is the 359 facsimile. Yep.
Carmine Infantino, baby.
This is by far one of the best Sveta covers she's ever done. I love the way the trade dress, the black checkerboard at the top. And she does such a good job at drawing fucking Batgirl with the bike in the background. Like, this is such a good cover. And this is a facsimile variant, okay? This is the type of thing that should happen on a facsimile variant. You get a cover that looks this good. So, if they're going to do a facsimile,
we should do more of those.
Right? If they're going to do a facsimile variant for one of the greatest covers and one of the greatest comics of all time, the Neil Adams Batman 251 Joker cover, such an iconic cover, such an iconic image, we better get a fucking variant that knocks it out the box. And I gotta be honest,
covers of all time, dude.
This is one of the variants. This is good. This is good. This is the Tyler Kirkham. This is going to be a Whatnot New York Comic Con variant.
That's an homage to that Neil Adams cover.
But this has already came out. This came out in 2023. What are we going to get for this year's facsimile? What are we going to get for this year's facsimile? There better be a fucking fire cover for this facsimile, the 1 in 25, or the exclusive variant. I don't know, but I don't know.
Can I be honest? I don't, like this. My honest opinion is I don't know why they would even for one fucking second choose this particular issue to reprint for homages. It's perfect, but it's not like so. 359 Detective Comics that we just showed Sveta. It's the first appearance of Batgirl, so you can do an interpretation. Like, how do you possibly be arguably? I mean, I don't think even arguably that isn't a top 5 Joker cover of all time.
Yeah.
Right. But it's not a first appearance. It's just Neil Adams, and he's awesome. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, it's not a big book interior wise.
Sucks because you're not going to beat it. You can't make a better cover.
Yeah.
I defy someone using modern anything that they possibly use to make a better cover than that.
I would hope that they figure out some way to do a cool cover.
I think so too. But why don't they just redo literally, what is Batman #1, the first appearance of Joker?
Yeah.
Just call it Batman 1.
Yeah.
Homage. You know what I mean? Just call it that. I just don't know why they use Neil Adams.
Batman and Robin Year 1 Dynamic Duo #2. I love this cover right here. This is by Adrian Gutierrez. There's something about this that is very cool. I haven't checked out the series yet. I haven't checked out #1. There's a David Tulaski. That's decent. This is the cover C, Duncan Figueredo. I hope I'm saying that right. It's kind of wicked looking. I like it.
Yeah, that's kind of like the baby or whatever that is.
This is the Capullo.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Bro,
Robin
I spent over an hour almost alone with Greg Capullo today.
Dang.
That guy is, bro. He's
the man,
dude,
bro.
That guy's he is as alpha as you could possibly get.
One of the coolest creators and people in comicdom.
So cool.
Yeah.
I've had him sign personally, stuff in front of him. One with a bunch of people, man, but there's only really myself and Ernie and stuff back there, and a couple of people that came in for the signing, and it was my stuff because I'm such a big Spawn fan and New 52, and Scott had signed a lot of that stuff, and I had tons of Spawn back issues. I've kind of been chasing Greg Capullo for this stuff, and a lot of it Danny Mickey and Brian Haberlin had already signed for me. And so I was like, I really want Capullo stuff on this, man. So yeah, just spending time with Greg, dude, that is I already knew this, but this is an intense human, right? It's hard to say, you spend personal time with someone you maybe don't want to, explain every story that's kind of pull back the curtain or stuff like that. But man, just an awesome guy. Great dude, but a wild man when it comes to freaking comics. But he's also a rock star, one of the best artists.
Can shred on guitar, can bench 250, and lives in Sedona.
Sure.
Yeah,
he's gonna outlift me. Yeah, like that. But what about us, man? So he's definitely not watching, but it was cool as fucking fuck to be able to spend some time just alone with freaking Greg Capullo today.
Oh yeah. Next, all right. This is should have been in Drama Alert, but it's not. Again, beautiful Ito cover. This is the Sumerian Xuthul of the Dusk, #3. But here's the problem, you guys. This is put out by Ablaze Publishing, which is bottom shelf comics. This is just bottom shelf, trying to be a publisher. Great cover. I love it. You guys, nothing good about bottom shelf, in my opinion. Don't buy it. Pass.
Not buying it.
Emperor of Aquaman #21, cover B. This is the Mark Spears variant, and that is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Love it. So Emperor Aquaman has been great lately. There's a couple of good covers. I kind of like that cover a little bit. This is the cover C. No ratio variants on this. This is the main cover. Very cool. Look at that wave. Holy cow. But very good series so far. Check it out. This is interesting. Drumsticks of Doom, banned on Silver Mountain #1. When Black Sabbath became the world's most famous band, the universe was changed, musically and otherwise. Lost arts like alchemy were made common. Schools taught about transfiguration and alternate science. Demons were summoned and some stuck around. This new 3-issue miniseries has Lana and the crew taking the next step in their music journey as they head to the Silver Mountain to record their first album. Their private recording session isn't so private when characters new and old start trying to get in on their tracks. Look at that cover, dude. That's fucking cool. And then there's not just that one. Wait, hold on. Let me reopen that. This is the main cover. It's okay. But that other one's sick. All right, this is Fire and Ice, Dark Wolf #3 out of Dynamite. This is the Robert Hack variant. Nice little homage. Look how cool that is. Wolverine #1 homage. That's fucking awesome. Such an underrated cover, that Wolverine #1. By the way, this is by Panosian. Panosian is writing this. So.
Yeah, dude, Dan doesn't get enough credit for his writing. He does other things like you haven't seen, like Alice Ever After. He's been a part of everything forever.
Yeah. All right. Next, G.I. Joe Real American Hero 333. This is the third printing Ronin design action figure variant with Tomb Raider. That's going to be a big book right there.
The face on this one's better than the second print face.
Fucking A. Fucking A. Yeah. To say the least. So that one's pretty dope. They're doing a black and white variant of the original, which the face is really rough on. But I like the black and white on this one. This one's kind of cool. Black and white. I love the snake eyes, the skulls, the Duke, the Destro. This is Chris Mooneyham.
Dude, those Mooneyham covers have been just crazy great.
Yeah.
For months now.
Gastronomique.
Gastronomique.
I hope I'm saying that right.
It is
number 2. Mirko.
Number 2.
Yeah.
Jenny Frizen Scissor Part 2.
We're going to talk about the Frizen cover for this. Yeah. We got a Frizen Hello Darkness coming up too. That's crazy.
Shout out to Brains as always.
Yep, James Kreider.
I immediately went and bought the scissors, like a bunch of them.
This is Mirka Andolfo variant. She also did a 1 in 100, I think, version of this, but just buy the trade dress. That's a great cover. Mirka is such a good. She does a great job at drawing like the female form as well.
I just noticed the guy sucking a loincloth at the bottom.
Right.
I was focused on the underboob.
Gun Honey doubles down number 4. This is the Ang Hor Kang variant. Never heard of them, but that's a crazy cover right there. All right, Daisy Dukes on the.
How do you know they're a whore?
Look at that, bro. That's pretty gnarly. Next, we have the Hello Darkness number 25. There's a Jenny Frizen on this one that's crazy, but this is the 1 in 25 Paolo Rivera variant. I like it. Very cool. But there's more. All right. This is the B cover, Jenny Frizen. And then this is the other half. This is the C cover. Now, there is a wraparound variant for this. The 1 in 10 is a wraparound that has both images on it.
That's cool.
Yeah. This is the Rebecca Puebla variant. Rebecca Puebla has been doing a great job as a cover artist on this run. This is the J cover. All right. So this is local comic shop day variants. There's the image. That's the one variant, and then there's another one, which is the other half from Jenny, and then there is
What goes through her brain?
Right. There's a
Seriously.
This is the wraparound, so you get both images on this one, the 1 in 10. There's a black and white 1 in 20 wraparound, glow in the dark. This is the 1 in 15 Tyler Boss variant. And then this is the 1 in 25, of course, which you just saw.
Do you think James bought the OA already?
Probably. Hellraiser Resurrection, Hell's Council, #1, Suspiria. If there ever was a book that was made for Suspiria variants, this is it. Not only do you have this one, this is the F Virgin variant by Suspiria. You also have the G Virgin variant by Suspiria.
Damn, they gave 2 on the same issue?
Yep. Pretty sick. So, there is a 1 in 25 Christian Ward that's pretty gnarly. So there's that. The Carmen Blade #1, Ian Bertram, cover B. Bro, that is a great cover.
So this was the other book they were talking about at the Image retailer thing yesterday, was the Carmen Blade. They had the 2 creators on. I missed a bunch of what they said, but I was going to just take a flyer on it and see if the story's any good.
Is Ian part of the series or just the cover?
I think he's the artist on the interior as well.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. So it's like his series.
Yeah,
it's his.
So this series, it says, a dying world under a tyrant god, a blade to free them all. A young man on the outskirts of a dying world is chosen by a blade forged of stars. Bro, that's so cool. A blade forged of stars to slay the despotic deity Kalu and free the water he hoards in his kingdom. Yet before the boy can begin his journey, he must first face the demons in his own life and answer the Carmen Blade's call. Are thou he who taketh me in hand, and are thou he who shall slay a god? That's pretty fucking gnarly. Here's the 1 in 50 Ian Bertram variant. Whoa. You gotta figure what's going on here. That's pretty wicked. I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah, I've only kind of sort of recently follow. I know he's not new, but following like Bertram, sort of really love.
He's
everything he
badass.
does.
He's got a really badass cover on the new Luther Strode 15th anniversary series that we talked about on Wednesday night.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hope it was good.
Mark Spector Moon Knight #8 has a good Blade Tokon fighting variant. There is also a Rod Rice 1 in 25. It's pretty good. And then they're doing the Timeless series. But I like this Adam Gorham variant right here. It's kind of interesting. Smile, Any Given Smile. Have you seen this leg?
No, honestly, no.
Check this out. January 1995. All eyes are on American Arena League football championship game in St. Augustine, Florida. The Sharks gear up for the most significant event in the Arena Football League's 20-year history. And Maximilian Dupree, their sudden star backup quarterback, is feeling the pressure from his teammates, his fans, and his debts to the city's gambling underworld. A string of suicide hits the community hard, drawing a desperate sports journalist to examine their connection to the big game. No one can trust anything they see as a mind-bending entity, and its frightful visions threaten their payouts, their sanity, and their lives. Based on the critically acclaimed Smile film franchise, writer Stephanie Williams, who has just been doing these amazing, like she has got so many amazing series coming out. And GLAAD Media Award-winning artist Pablo Collar are sure to run fear across the goal line. Time to place your bets. Kickoff approaches for a Sunday ritual that will have you ready to win or die smiling. This is the
There was
one.
a great There's a great ash can of a football helmet with the smile coming through it. I don't know if that's one of the regular covers, but they sent an ash can last month of that.
Oh, so is this the true story of Tommy Maddox before he made the Steelers? Why are you guys
I
laughing?
think so. I think so, bro. I think so.
You got it. You've
Go
have to read it
Bruins.
now. You've cracked the code.
Yeah. There is a 1 in 15 Martin Simmons, but I really like.
Simmons is a straight killer, dude.
This is the main cover. I love how they put the playbook, like X's and O's, in the trade dress.
You guys watch these movies? They're fucking eerie, dude.
Yeah, they are kind of crazy.
It's on this. Yeah. I watch more horror shit.
Star
so I
Trek
think that's a
number
spectacular.
Star Trek number 1 in 25 Jay Gonzo variant. What do you think about this? This is like totally different art style than Jay Gonzo we're used to, and this is awesome. 1 in 25.
It's sort of like some of the original stuff he did, like when I find out he did it, like some of the turtles and stuff, like I can be like, oh yeah, I can see that's Gonzo.
By the way, bro, you talk about those turtles. Look how good these look. Did anybody get these? He's doing these on his Whatnot sale through Presto Comic Shop, who I heard is it now turned into a brick and mortar here in the Valley. Presto's Comic Shop, I would love to reach out to you and maybe, get you on the industry show at some point, do some promotion for you if you're here in the Valley. But this is cool. He said all 4 turtles magma foil remarked and signed, one-of-a-kind set available tonight on my Whatnot stream. Look how good these look.
They've done some good Dungeon Crawler calls as well.
That Donatello is so badass.
Right.
Great job, Prestos and Jay Gonzo.
But he does have some Turtles books that are, let's say, like more traditional.
Look how good this Absolute Batman is, bro. That's a commission. Holy shit, that's good.
Hey,
that's
DC,
one of the best.
Let it fly,
right?
Let it fly, DC.
This is one of the best commissions I've ever seen.
Absolute covers. Yeah.
Great cover.
Hey, Jay Gonzo, this is one of your best commissions you've ever done, bro. Congrats, whoever got this. Let's see, what else does he got on his page recently? Jay Gonzo out of Dodgers game, baby.
LA, baby.
Jay Gonzo is a good dude. Really good dude. Love his art. Good dude. We got to get him on the show soon. So anyways, Jay Gonzo 1 in 25 for the Star Trek. There's also this beautiful Victor Farrell foil variant. Look how good that looks.
Again, people collecting Star Trek again.
I know, right? Isn't that crazy, bro?
Yeah, I'm not at all. My grandfather would. My grandpa had me on the Star Treks. I saw Rathacon theater. Right, I watched the TV show at his house and everything like that, man. So I can't pretend I read the comic books, but yeah.
Speaking of Jay Gonzo, by the way, did you guys see our boy Lord Zero? Check this out. He put up a post on his IG. Look at this. Lord Zero added a few more of my Jay Gonzo covers. He's got all these Jay Gonzo covers, but look how good this looks. Look at this. That's sick, bro. He's got the Calavera PI. That's a grail book for me. I need one of those Calavera PIs. I remember telling Gonzo at it was Phoenix Fan Fusion one year. I was like, bro, I can't believe that you sold your Calavera PI OA. And it went for a cheap amount, but it was one of the most amazing covers he's done. I love the Calavera PI. I love the Death to Pachuco variant as well. Those are my 2 favorite Jay Gonzo pieces that he's ever done. I need to get one of those Calavera PI variants sometime. He got the print. Shout out to our boy Lord Zero, one of our mods over here and part of the Phoenix crew. We got to get a Phoenix crew get together here soon before New York Comic Con. We got to get Brian's Comic Garage, Phoenix Doc, Lord Zero, Bird City, a couple of the other Phoenix crew hanging out with us. Chuck, my boy Chuck. We got to do like a lunch or something here soon. But shout out to Lord Zero, great shit. That's a really good cover right there. That's Star Trek #1 Victor Farrow foil variant. This is one of the Mark Spears variants. He's got multiple variants this week, including Spawn 77. He's got a couple of DC variants. This is the Supergirl 17 variant. What's her name? Part of the Zod group, the K Zone. What is her name again? I forget her name.
Is it Ursa?
Ursa. Thank you, Ursa. Yes. It's a cool book, cool cover. Tank Girl Blue Helmet #1 cover B, Jamie Hewlett variant. Bro, that Tank Girl stuff is great. Love it. We got Thunderbolts Chitara Mark Spears variant. Couple good Chitara books this week. This one's good. I also like this one, the 1 in 50 Will Robson variant. We've got the Transformers cover D. This is number 36. This is the 1 in 25 Ito. Fantastic. This will be a big book. Again, Ito continuing to kill it.
It's a great cover.
So many.
Yeah.
So many.
I love how Skybound is zeroing in on Ito like Boom did. 1 in 25 X-Men Outback #4 by Kunka Lim. That's beautiful. So that is FOC this week, you guys. A lot of great FOC books. Make sure you guys definitely get your Spawn 77, because to me that's like the book on FOC for show. For show. All right, Leg, we got to hear, how was Chicago, bro?
Chicago's great. So I wanted to go somewhere to see some artists and do some things. And the artists that were going to be out here were ones I was familiar with. So to get things signed and things like that, I sort of looked at the setup. This is literally right next to O'Hare. So I'm like, oh, you kind of, you're staying by the airport. The hotel deal's not too bad. I thought, be easy to get in and get out of here. And so talking, so I just sort of planned it. I was like, all right, let's go. I don't know who's going to go. Normally, you guys that travel with me, or even other people that I'm always with, like Clutch or Drew or something like that. Nobody's going to go. And I was like, man, I think I can come out here, make some things happen. Had a wonderful, so right next door is Fogo de Chao. But like, if you go to Fogo de Chao, it's not that I go there a lot, but the Argentinian, right? The meat just comes around and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Myself, and they have a great bar menu for food. I'm not doing shareable plates or something. So right before I came on, it was really great because Josh Blaylock taps me on the shoulder, who
great friend of the show. Yeah,
friend of the show, and I got to meet him personally. Brian, he and I had lunch in San Diego. And I'm like, hey, what's up, man? So he's sitting there with, so I got to meet through him, sitting there with him, Tim Seeley, and some other friends of the show that were in there, and the people to watch and stuff like that. So we're having like that. It's Bill McKay's birthday. Shout out to Bill McKay, another friend of the show, great artist. Check out his Kickstarters, anything that he does. He's trying to do some Whatnot tonight. He doesn't have a big following right now. At least on Whatnot, he has his own private following and things like that. They pulled the fire alarm. Something happened. Everybody had to go outside. I don't know if someone pulled the fire alarm, but whatever, the fire alarm went off. Like, I don't know if it was, I don't know how or what. So they have to evacuate the place. So people are like leaving. Everybody's outside. So then it becomes this conglomeration. So I see Bill walk out, and happy birthday, Bill. It's Bill McKay's birthday. We're sitting out there, meet everybody, have a good time. Got to talk to a bunch of people, but inside it's been great. I already tried to give a shout out to Comics Elite, especially Ernie and Sean. Sean helping me with I had a pass, but with the
Was Jim?
a
Did you get to see?
couch,
Did
but
you get to see Steven there? I know Steven was also looking to try and see you guys at Chicago Gem Mint Comics. No?
I know he doesn't live far from here. I didn't run into him.
Okay.
I don't really have his contact info. I mean, I would have definitely talked to him and hung out with him. Didn't see him. Just didn't see him. You know how these things go.
Yeah.
But man, this place is packed. But it's a fan expo, so you never completely know. But this place is packed to the gills. A lot of celebrities and things like that. So I was talking to Josh. He said, man, like, I don't know, maybe 15 years ago. I'm going to be off on the dates because it wasn't recent. He said this the Chicago Expo before Wizard bought them was actually probably the #2 con to San Diego in the United States. And obviously this was years ago. I didn't know that. He's been in the industry for so long that it's like unimaginable. You know what I mean? A whole lot longer than even me being around kind of since the last 15 years, but less than that if you do the math. It's packed in there. There's a bunch of artists. The artists all told me that they're having good shows. Like you could, it was literally packed. It was hard to walk around. The artists here were very cool. Always good to see Marat. You know, Marat, a friend, great guy.
One of the best. We got to get Marat on soon. He's got a new series he's working on.
Oh, dude. And I'm sure Marat would love to. You know,
we'll have him on. We got to. I'll reach out to him. Get him on Wednesday.
I do. Yeah. Every Wednesday. And I do get the for people. Is Brian here? Sorry to let you down. The only representative I think is Big Leg this time. All right, everybody. So shout out to the people that I met and talked to and stuff like that. So yeah, I've had a good time walking around. Easy to jump around. There's hotels. It's right next to the airport. So they built this little complex over here with, there's like an outdoor area with like the bars and stuff like that and everything. So no, I think the expo's been great. It seems to have been really good for the artists, everyone's that I've talked to, you know, comic sketch art with the Murderers Row, like always, you know, Frank Miller, Scott Snyder, Greg Capullo, Crease Lee. But I got to meet people. I met Gavin Smith, who I had not met before or anything like that. Such, great artist. Huber School guy that I talked to, and he's been so involved in like the Turtles. He's drawing all the new Masters of the Universe as well. So I fanboy, right? I never met him before. He had his own variant for Masters of the Universe, which I don't know how much has been shown online. I'm like, when did this come out? He's like, bro, this is mine. I was like, oh, I need a couple of these.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it was great. Great meeting Gavin. Would love to have him on the show. He's just good at what he does. Personable guy. Stuart Sager, sitting right there with him, next to him. So just so many cool people. Haven't even talked to anybody. Comics Elite, Don McTeague, the nicest, most personable, most awesome person in comics is Don McTeague. If you ever see any of my live shows, I sell a bunch of her stuff. But if you ever go to my live shows, I'm trying to promote the artists that I like as well, you know, by buying and selling their autographs and talking about them and things like that. So, you know, Sean always has that there. Of course, Sean Motley Monroe at the booth as well. She's not an artist, but she is an artist in her own way. If you would like to see
her, if you've seen her art,
you know, it's crazy seeing everybody with like the Motley Monroe or the Baby Chaos gear. You know,
so somebody asked in the chat, did you pick up anything? Did you buy anything?
I did. You know what?
Somebody asked if you got any cool pickups while you were there.
Let us know. Yeah,
I do.
I saw the Dan Mendoza.
Somewhere in these boxes.
Yeah, let me show you the Dan Mendoza one because the Dan Mendoza one is sick.
Because it's in these boxes, and I was trying to grab it right before, but I wasn't able to grab it.
Well, you posted a pic of it, so I can show it real quick.
Oh no, please show it. Yeah, it'd be easier. It's probably better if I just showed it on the screen.
I think you posted it in our group chat. Was it our group chat?
I at least texted it to you for sure.
Let me.
But
go ahead and talk about what you picked up, and I'll find it.
Oh, so Dan's I picked it up, but also like I hit Dan up. So I'm a fan of Dan. Love the Zombie Tramp stuff. Always been a fan. Like, and also I think Brian, he's been on. I've never actually been on one of the Beyond Wednesdays with Dan, but Dan's been on. I think probably 3.
Yeah, 3 or 4 times.
I haven't been on a Wednesday. Oh wait, hold on. I do have one that I'm going to show you. This one I do have. This is funny. So I start going through my PC boxes and stuff like that. And so this one, I go, Dan, I didn't realize this, man, until a few days ago. Dan, we did a variant together. And I forgot, bro.
Oh, look at the Dollface CBSI variant. I remember that, bro. So Alex.
This was an unprecedented, but this wasn't
back in the day.
Okay, yes, CBSI because of Trey and Jimmy, but this was a Patreon unpressable defects.
Yep.
But so
I need one of those. How many of those did you have?
I have one.
That's it, bro.
I don't talk. I got one. I don't talk to this guy. And by the way, love you, Jimmy Linguini. Been off on the wrong foot for a long time.
Where's Jimmy? Jimmy, we need to get a return of Jimmy Linguini. We need to hit you up. Come on the show sometime, bro.
Jimmy, we saw differently. I'm older, man. I hope we could ever talk sometime. But so we have the hip hop with the CBSI, but this was an unpressable Patreon book. So I'm digging through my shit, and I was like, "What the hell?" It just occurred to me real quick because this is not filed in a box. This is in a PC box of like things that like I've been a part of or gifts from friends. It's in that
you don't want to sell.
I was like, Dan, dude, you don't know this, man. And this is probably like 2018 or something. Whenever
it's a
Dollface
long time ago.
And this is a Sailor Moon homage, right? And so he's like, "Holy shit!" I was like, "Yeah, exactly, dude." I was like, all the times we've talked, bro, I never remembered until I came here today. So that, yeah, Brian, I have these boxes over here. I would have to keep digging to show you, but I did request a commission from him the other day, and so we both like punk rock, and so he's like, "Who's your favorite?" And I'm like, "Dude, Bad Religion is my favorite band, period." Right? So I was like, "Dan, I'm gonna pick it up. What do we got going here?" So Dan's like, "Let's go." So that is my Zombie Tramp Bad Religion commission from him. And Bill McKay is a big punk rock fan too. So I was like, "Bill," he said, "Dan showed it to me before we got here, man." So shout out also to Swarmfest, Brian Polito. Yeah. So shout out to because Dan, McKay, E-Boss all sitting next to each other. So like I've got Dan, I got a bunch of books for you to sign, you know what I mean? So we're laying out, and E-Boss wasn't there yet. So shout out Eric Busseldua. And so we're signing on there, and I was like, "Hey man, I'll get these books off your table. You aren't here yet." But I bought a bunch of books for you to sign too. So a bunch of E-Boss books, of course, man, because those are some of my favorite people. Bill McKay, one of my favorite. Bill McKay needs a little bit more love out there. I know he gets.
I agree, bro. He's amazing. Great artist.
And there's
cool
there's
dude.
Also like there's also like a couple somehow Bill needs to get back to New York. I know he'll be watching this like on replay and stuff like this, but there's new people taking over New York, and people that have been in New York forever need to still be in New York. And that's all I have to say. So somehow Bill needs to be in there. But shout out to Mendoza for doing this. I'm gonna let him run. It was commission. You know what I mean? You'll only see this in my hands. That'll be probably framed or something like that. If you guys remember, also, I like Bad Religion. Sorry, it's not that's the Crossbuster. That isn't my like personal like anti-religious stand. That's I love this
Bad
band.
Religion.
Yep.
So if you guys remember the Grommets, Grommets number 7.
I might have had my request, and it was mildly granted. And also, it's also Rick Remender's favorite band, so that was not a difficult request. And I even made a T-shirt out of our logo, out of our Grommets thing, and I wore it to a Bad Religion concert. And for some reason, Rick Remender's like personal assistant was behind me in a merch line, and he goes, "Dude, what's up with this?" I'm like, we did this book, dude." And so, you know, and it wasn't for sale. I'm not trying to bootleg anything, man. I was just proud of it, and I made a T-shirt out of something that I care about, and I wore it to a concert. So we had, and so he's like, yeah. So even, you know, Rick sent me the message on IG, dude, that's badass. You know, I love it. So anyway, that's
Recipe for Hate's probably a Desert Island disc for me. Talk about Bad Religion. Like that's probably one of the best records. Growing up, that record was what my friends and I used to just
hate, suffer. Like, yeah, we're right there on all of them, man. Every you know, Against the Grain, something speaks to everybody. You know,
real quick, I
Suffer
want to
From
give a
Me,
shout out
Just Be
to.
Brave for You, you know.
I want to give a quick shout out to all the super chats that just dropped within the last 5-minute period. Bella's Comics dropped a super chat. Rye, appreciate you, brother. He says, get Marat and Dietrich on the show. We got to do that soon. Lord Zero dropped a super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Much love, part of the Phoenix crew. And Paney, part of our UK crew. He says, good morning, Beyond Wednesdays crew from the UK. Appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you, man. What?
Fuck yeah.
Good morning
dude.
on a Sunday, man. Go to Sunday Fun Day, man. How about it?
Yeah, right? I mean, yeah,
I gotta wake
cool.
up and go to the con.
Yeah, fucking A, dude. So, man, I'm looking forward to New York. I don't know if I'm gonna make Dallas. I know you're talking about going to Dallas. We'll see, but I want to give a big quick shout out to everybody that's helped support us tonight. Shout out to Paney, Lord Zero, Rye, Bella's, Big Clutch, Alex. Much love to Alex. Appreciate you, bro. Make sure you guys go check out Art Kotick on eBay. Thank you so much to all you guys who help support this channel. The support for this channel keeps us doing like everything on a consistent basis. I know you guys enjoy the show, and you're 50% of the reason we do this. Like the other 50% is getting to hang out with these guys right here. I can't thank these guys enough. Big Leg, Kevin, John, thank you so much for hanging out with us. All the other guys that hang out with us, you're the other half of the reason I do this. We get to hang out with our friends and shoot the shit and talk about comics, the things we love, and art and all that stuff. Tomorrow, I was supposed to be doing a sale, a comic sale on eBay, but I got to spend the rest of the day packing all the eBay sales from last week. So I'll be spending all day packing your guys' eBay sales. Thank you so much for you guys who bought comics with us on Sunday night. I'll be packing your sales tomorrow. It's taken a while, but hey, listen, I do take a little bit of time to pack books. I talk about that with everybody that buys books for me. It takes some bit of time for me to get the books to you, but I hope you guys know that you're getting them at the love price because it takes that amount of time to send to you. Make sure you guys are following this guy right there, Mr. Big Leg, on eBay and whatnot, because he's been doing some amazing things. I think the book of the San Diego Con was a big part of him and Tim Daniels and the Vault crew and Big Clutch and Chris Rupp. That San Diego.
Thank them enough for bringing me on that ride. Straight up, bringing me on that ride, man. And like, I know they're not all here in the chat yet, but that dungeon crawler community is like legitimately legit, and they're such big fans. And I'm already more than halfway through book 3. Okay, like I'm not joking around. Like, I'm having the greatest time listening to this thing. They got me back on books on tape. I used to set an alarm. I try to read a comic book every morning, and it was bad at even being able to like complete that after a while because things just get away from you. Like one comic book with coffee was my goal, and even that would get away with trying to do so much of this. It's hard selling this many comic books and doing what you're doing and trying to be involved in everything that you do. You know what I mean? It's
well, dude, I can't thank you, Clutch, Kevin, Music Pub, John, Davis, Tom, like these guys who Hive Comics, Sean over at Hell Destroyer, like these guys who are a big part of supporting Beyond Wednesday. Sean Hudachko at Comics Elite,
Dachko.
Adam over at Sveta Shabina, like all these people, Dynamite Comics, like these people that have supported Beyond
Jeff.
Wednesday since day one. And I can't thank them enough and continue to do what they do. But before we end the show, I got a couple things I want to show Leg. Leg, this is kind of cool. I saw this. I don't know how this was made, but isn't that fucking cool, bro?
That's awesome.
Yes.
Yes. So that was kind of
I
cool.
don't know what it is, but I'm in.
Right?
I liked yes. I legit that.
Check this out, bro. This is a fan-based He-Man style figure. Nikton, the evil translucentor. Look how cool this looks. You spray it with water and it reveals its final form. Check that out, bro.
If it really existed, I would fucking lose my mind.
This is real, bro. Yeah, this is real.
I don't know. It says AI.
Well, it says, let's see here. Private fan project, the Masters Universe and all related characters. Maybe it's not. I hope it's real. If it's real, that would be amazing. Look how cool that is. You spray it with water.
It should exist.
Hopefully.
I don't know if that technology exists, but that's great.
That's definitely AI art right there, but it's super cool.
Yeah.
Check this out, bro. Did you see this?
I already bought it. Yeah, it's in the mail.
Of course you did.
Leg's favorite band, right? One of his favorite bands, Operation Ivy.
Oh, absolutely. You call it my favorite. It's fine.
Yeah.
That's 27 songs in history. I know there's a few more and live shit. I get it, but you know what I say when I say 27 songs.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so that was the whole thing was like, I don't know if you covered it on any other shows, but about how literally at the same time, right before that what they're showing right there, it's Cap from there, came out, and it was that, and then literally Jesse from Operation Ivy was like, yeah, well, it wasn't Jesse, it was, you have
Tim?
to look back on it. Find
Was
the
it
original.
Tim?
No, it wasn't Tim. It was who was doing the art. It might have been Jesse, and they're like, but the guy that drew the art, he was like, honestly, I was such a big fan that, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where I got it from. So he solidified it. There's 2 posts before this, but this guy happened to make the shirt, you know? So, like, I don't know if there's a way to show it, but the energy cover with the Spidey, that's just how it goes. And I was joking. So I'm already in my head. I'm like, I'm going to make, not a bootleg guy, but like I said, like, you know, we did a comic book cover, and I was like, so I thought it was so cool that I put it on in front of a t-shirt to wear at a Bad Religion concert, or like I have a leg shirt with like just the cutout of the Bad Religion on the back of a t-shirt. They're not for sale. They're mine. Rick Manders told me it was cool, so I don't feel bad. Right. You know, so I was like, I was thinking about like just doing that. I wouldn't like something similar, but putting like the Spider-Man, but putting Operation Ivy or something like that, you know. It's not like they're still out there selling a bunch of licensed shit or something. There we go. Yeah. So by the way, this made like the cover price list as soon as that showed up. And like I saw like a near mint copy going for like $80 at auction, while there's like a bunch of copies available for like $10. You know how people get when an auction's coming, right?
FOMO,
you know,
yeah.
but I'm like, dude, so the Operation Ivy people are still out there that give a shit, because spec isn't out there just like me, that all of a sudden, but you know me, all of a sudden I want a 9.8, right? I can buy the comic book. I know I can find this comic book. Marvel tells 210 is not that hard to find. But now I'm like, oh, I need the perfect copy. I'm me. I want to hang it up, you know? But then you see it. But if you look at it and you overlaid just that straight, the Operation Ivy guy, you know, then like just spectacular from the energy cover. So it was great. And that they came back and they said, yeah, that's where we got it. It's not even bullshit. And so this guy, I think he sold it before. So he said every time this is coming, he says right there, every time people start talking about this, I do a quick reprint of this tee. So he would, you know, because obviously he's kind of, you know what he's doing here, but he had the link in his story. So I bought one for me and one for my nephew, because he's a big Spidey fan. His dad's growing in punk rock and stuff. So I fucking love it, man.
This is pretty cool. This is from Flops Comics, and I'm going to read his post. Shout out to Flops, one of our guys over here at Beyond Wednesdays. He says, I'm beyond excited to share that I teamed up with DC Comics for my first real Batman cover. Available Monday the 17th. Exclusively on my web store. This limited launch is going to be so crazy. So please remember to sign up for the text email updates at flopscomics.com. Don't miss it. I've been a Batman Catwoman fan for at least 350 years. Oh, nice. And I've loved every Mark Waid, Chris Samney collaboration. So this was a dream come true for me. So pretty cool.
Wow. So that's the actual Batman cover?
Yep. He's doing an actual Batman cover. You can see it right here. Yeah. Yep.
And that's on sale Monday?
Monday the 17th.
Is it his variant? That's
yes, it's his variant. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll say I didn't see that one. Yeah.
I'm so proud for him, man. He's been putting out he's been putting out these cool, like, I need to see him do a Daredevil cover, a Spider-Man cover, and like his Batman he's been talking about doing this like Batman story forever, and he kind of like reimagines all the characters, and he's so good at like these reimagining. And this is his Harley and Tim Drake kind of reimagining. Make sure you guys are following his IG because he's just got so many cool things that he does. He is one of my favorite up and coming artists, and shout out to Boom, shout out to every publisher that has been doing work with him, because he is amazing, and I can't wait to see him on the Swamp Thing Sick Tick crossover that's happening. It's going to be amazing.
And rewind if you missed it, rewind like 3 months. He was on the show.
Yep, he was. So shout out to him. Okay, finally, I wish Yi was here for this, but we talked about this the other day. Did you see this? A PSA 8 of the quote unquote Spider-Man rookie card. This is the 66 Donruss set, Marvel set that came out, and this is the first Spider-Man like card that ever came out. A PSA 8 sold for $25,000, and the previous high sale was $6,000 in 2025. Yeah, so crazy. And
how many on the census? Like probably
457. Yep, total PSA graded. 32 of them are PSA 8s. There's one PSA 8.5 and 10 9s and only 2 10s. And I want to give a big shout out to Jesse James Comics, who just recently put up a bunch of these 67 cards he put up on his webpage. This is his eBay store. So let's show some love for our boy Jesse Criscione. There's the link in the chat if anybody's interested in this. He put up a bunch of these cards. He's got the Fantastic Four thing, the Namor. He's got the Spider-Man. He's got a bunch of them. The Doctor Strange. I mean, it keeps going. So if you guys go to his eBay store, he put up probably like 2 sets worth, I think, of these cards. So go show some love to Jesse Criscione. He does eBay Live, and I think he's starting to do Whatnot as well. But he does eBay Live every night, super late. He's the king of late night eBay Live. But yeah, show some love. He dropped a bunch of those cards. He reached out to me and he said, "Hey, what do you think? I seen all the excitement over these 66 Donruss and 67 Donruss cards. Do you think I should put them up right now?" And I go, "Fuck yeah, dude. Like, if everybody's going crazy for him, now's the time. Like, I don't think you should wait." So he put up a bunch on auction.
His are series 2. Those are 67. The ones that are the rookie year is 66.
Gotcha. So he put up a bunch of the 67 cards. I think he has some 66 up. So
67s are cool too, though. So
yeah, I love the backs, how they're just blank. Yeah, they're stickers. So super rare. This is an 11 card set. They're at $110 and it's in 2 days, but you can see how rare they are. Yeah, those are cool, bro. Super cool. Let's see what else he has on his store. He's got all of those. Look at that. He's got a 11 card set, an 8 card. He's got a 4 card. He's got all the Hulks, all the Daredevils, all the Fantastic Four together. So he's got a ton of them up. Holy cow. Look at all these.
What could you even imagine what the fuck has walked through his doors in the last
bro.
20-something years?
Yeah. It's crazy.
I didn't even know these existed till now.
67 series 2.
Like I can't say I've never seen the cards, but I can't be like, oh, they were 67 Donruss.
Right?
66. You know what I mean?
Look at the art. The art is so cool. It's old school Kirby and
I didn't even realize
Ditko.
Donruss existed in 1967.
Yeah, man. They didn't have very many of the licenses, so yeah. It's crazy, dude. He just sent 2 or 3 full Series 1 Garbage Pail Kids sets to Golden, I think, to auction off. I was so bummed out. I was like, Jesse, sell me a set. I need a set of Series 1 bad. So
I got the first year Tops took over. Sealed pack.
That's sick, bro. You need to send that in to get graded, dude. What year is that?
Tops took over, did their first set in 1974.
There you go. So that's cool, man. He's got some. He's got so many of the cards. I mean, he's like, this is the Human Torch.
I have an unopened box of Little Shop of Horrors. I'm rich, right? I really do,
bro. Fuck yeah! I know you got an unopened. You got an unopened UK Garbage Pail Kids series one too.
Yeah, I got a minis box.
Yeah.
I have a minis box and a half, actually.
I'm jealous of that, bro. I'm jealous. If anybody out there's got any Garbage Pail Kids stuff they're willing to sell, dude. I'm the guy. I want to know. You know, I love.
They seem to go up little by little, dude. But I don't need. You know, even if there's $1,000, I'm just like, I'm a GBK guy. Let them sit there. You know.
Yeah.
I'll sell something else first. Like.
Right. 4.5 hours tonight, you guys. This was supposed to be an easy, quick show. 4.5 hours. Again, I can't thank you guys enough for supporting the channel. Thank you so much. Love you guys. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Hit the like button if you enjoyed tonight's show. And thank you for everybody that supported us monetarily. You guys are the reasons that I'm able to go to San Diego. I'm able to go to New York. It's because of you guys. I wouldn't be doing it otherwise. And we got New York coming up. So if you guys are able to help us get to New York, thank you so much. That being said, we're going to call it a night, and we'll see you guys Monday night. I'll have a card sale again Monday night, eBay Live, basketball, football, baseball, hockey, Marvel, Garbage Pail Kids, everything. We'll see you guys there. I'm going to spend all day tomorrow packing up our eBay Live sale, and then in a couple days I'll be packing up our Whatnot sale from the other night. So thank you to everybody who helped us. Shout out to everybody that bought from Red Hood tonight, and everybody that supports Big Leg, Kevin at Amazing Comics, and Heroes Reborn John over at his local shows. John, do you have any sales coming up? You got any conventions?
No, the one that I usually do this month is canceled, so you won't be seeing anybody who thinks it's not canceled. It is. So Route 110 is canceled until next month.
What about you, Kevin? You got anything going on with Amazing?
We'll probably do a pop-up tomorrow because all our new books for Wednesday will come in, and we do every Thursday. So just follow us on Instagram or whatnot, and you could always direct message us. Our shop is loaded with 700 items.
Where is that? What is your shop, and where can they find you?
It's whatnot.com/Amazing Comics. It's fully loaded bin, all kinds of stuff. Absolute Batman 1's first prints, a bunch of the retailer exclusives, slabs. We just sold a bunch of slabs the other night. I got a bunch of Jim Lee, the band Red Hoods that he signed. We just got a Pressman X-Men 11 9/8 back signed by Jim Lee. So
what?
Yeah,
Holy shit.
That's a grail
one of the
book.
few. Yeah,
that's a grail book, bro.
I just got my 9/8 Dan Quintana Absolute 16 double signed by him and Scott Snyder from MegaCon Yellow Label. So that'll probably go up soon. So we've had a couple of good 9/8s come back lately.
Leg, what about you? You're in Chicago right now. When can people expect you to be back on the airwaves?
I haven't run shit. I've chilled with the con, so tomorrow night, that's one of the reasons I often stay Sunday night at a con, is to run a show. So we do have, I know a little bit earlier on eBay, our boy Drew Wanted Comics has a big push show. So if you can, both apps, you know which ones they are, eBay and Whatnot. I'll probably do a Whatnot one late afternoon, early evening, and probably go over to my eBay people after that. So plan on, and you know, if one goes crazy and I don't have time to do the other, you know, you'll see how it goes. But I have different followings on both. I am back to using both, if you had noticed. Yeah, I grabbed both, man. But I've got tons of books. Lots of good stuff. Like, I mean, you know, and I'm different. Like, it's not all just the hottest stuff. We've got like old, you know, I have older artists like Saint Pierre. I'll have some Zombie Tramp. I'll have Sam De La Rosa. There'll be a lot of Spawn and New 52, double and triple signed by literally Clayton Crane, Greg Capullo, Brian Haberlin, Danny Mickey, Scott Snyder, some of them all the way Jerome Pena, some of that. So if you want autographed Spawn, I just finally got Capullo to finish off like a ton of them. If you like the old New 52s and combo packs, a lot of double signed Snyder and Capullo, and triple signed with Danny Mickey and stuff like that. I was able to accomplish some of those autographs this weekend that I've gotten and I've just been sitting on, like tons of Haberlin and Danny Mickey that I was waiting for like Capullo to get on, tons of New 52 that I was waiting for after I got like Danny Mickey and Snyder, that I held them until I got Greg Capullo to sign those things. So like, I mean, just like stuff I've been traveling around the country to get, like just shit that you can't get. Even if they're not 9.8, man, some of these books are 20, 30 years old and they look freaking cool. They're going to get to you. They're going to look great and signed by people that you don't see a lot, you know, especially adding like Haberlin and Mickey onto like Snyder, Capullo, you know what I mean? Things are Capullo mostly, but like, yeah. But all of them worked on all those different series, man. So all I've been doing is trying to conglomerate all these things and travel around the country. So to be able to put these together for months and months and months. So a lot of this, especially by getting Capullo on a couple hundred books of those things today, is something I've been putting together for a long time. So if you want to see some stuff that, like, not hating on any other sellers by any means, that I think it's just not the flavor of the month. If you like old comic books and shit like that, that's what I've been out trying to get. And of course, yes, Absolute Batman and Invincible.
Mm-hmm.
Duh. I'm a moron if I don't have Absolute Batman and Invincible. So, and I love Absolute Batman and I love Invincible. So there we go. A bunch of shit. So start paying attention tomorrow night to both things. Okay.
Well, I want to give a big shout out before we call it a night to Wanted Comics, Drew, one of our OGs.
Man.
He had the Absolute Batman Frizen foil and trade dress and Virgin variants, and they basically all sold out. I don't know if any of them are available left. He says here in his recent post, hurry, trade dress is gone, 4 sets left, 3 foils by itself left. Trade dress is sold out. Rabbit Comics already sold out. Lock in your guaranteed books. Absolute Batman 24 by Jenny Frizen. I believe they're probably all sold out, but congratulations, Rabbit Comics and Drew at Wanted Comics, 2 great retailers that we have a ton of respect for. And of course, Jenny Frizen, one of the goats in comic artists out there. She's so amazing, and great job on this one. So shout out to Drew and Rabbit Comics.
3 of my favorite people, one of my favorite artists. They absolutely killed it. You know, I'm sure they'll hold a few back for signings, because you'd be dumb if you didn't. But like, yeah, that is so great, dude. To have to have Jenny do it on, you know, a first appearance cover. So awesome job. Shout out to Rabbits and Drew.
Hell yeah. 4.5 hours, you guys. 4 hours, 29 seconds, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59.